Hi there, friends. I'm meteorologist Robert Speta here at First Coast News. We are tracking violent Typhoon Sinlaku. That is the official name given to it by the Japan Meteorological Agency. It's actually a super typhoon, category 4 winds, 145 miles per hour. Been at a Cat 5 for about a day and a half here, and now making landfall, passing directly over Tinian and Saipan here in the Northern Mariana Islands. That makes it the first official landfalling tropical system anywhere in the United States in 2026. Yeah, Tinian and Saipan, this is part of the U.S. territory out here. They have all the same stuff you have on the continental United States, all American citizens here. And if we pull back the picture, probably something a lot of people are more familiar with is Guam, especially for military. Thousands of people stationed there at Andersen Air Force Base, as well as the Guam Naval Base there. So if you're watching, of course, out of Jacksonville here, and you're part of the military, you may at some point pulled into one of these ports or stop by. Personally, I have been through the port there at the Guam Naval Base a few times. It's one of the biggest in the world here, and power out. They are currently being impacted by this storm system. Widespread power outages, of course, in the Northern Mariana Islands, and we're getting some already rather incredible video coming out of there. And in fact, can we throw up one of the videos here? Maybe the one at the nighttime here, just giving you an idea of what it looks like on the ground. These videos, this is a fresh one just sent to me here, and giving you an idea that just that washing machine effect inside the inner core of this storm system. That is right in the inner eye wall. Unfortunately, it is passing in the middle of the night, which is obviously never a good thing. It's one of the, I seen a video here just a moment ago that of people walking in the floodwaters because there is some coastal surge taking place. This video right here was just prior to the onset of the highest winds, and you can see the damage there as well. And this was before the inner eye wall of this passed overhead. So this is a super typhoon. This video actually was taken earlier on in the day here in Saipan. Currently, it is midnight in Saipan and Tinian in the Northern Mariana Islands. This is where the day starts in the United States. So it is midnight Tuesday heading into Wednesday morning. So this was taken actually earlier in the day on Tuesday, and this was coastal flooding and surge on Saipan ahead of the storm system before it even got even remotely close to making that landfall here. And now, of course, it is pushing right overhead. We got over 200 people watching on at least Facebook, I can see right here. If you are watching from any of these islands out here and you're being impacted, please let me know. If you're watching, of course, from the First Coast and you're curious, if you have some friends or anything on the other side, or you're just curious, what is a typhoon? What is a super typhoon? What is the difference between that and a hurricane? I want to hear some of your questions here as well. Jackson, are we also streaming on YouTube? I can pull that up too. We are. Okay. You might throw up the full screen. I'm going to just type this up and try to find our stream here so I can take some of the questions there as well. Watching on YouTube as well, you can stream us there. Also on our Facebook page here, I'll be able to take some of your questions. But over 200 concurrent viewers right now, upwards of 250 actually. So let's talk about this storm system. Let's break it down. Let's go through my show here, and then I'm going to come back and answer some of your questions. But of course, a violent typhoon, also a super typhoon, also a Cat 5. So technically, there's three different. See, unlike the Atlantic, you have multiple agencies warning on this. So you have JMA, which their scale goes from strong to very strong to violent. You have JTWC, which they have the super typhoon. You have the National Weather Service out of Guam, which they also relay the Safford-Simpson scale. So technically speaking, this is not an exaggeration. The name of this storm is a violent Cat 5 Super Typhoon Sinlaku, which also Sinlaku, I believe, is Korean for a type of demon. Yeah. bad storm. Worst one to hit this particular area since U2 back in 2018 here. Let's zoom right in. You can see the enhanced IR here showing those colder cloud tops. Now, one thing you kind of can see here is that inner core almost falling apart a little bit and the outer core kind of forming up. It's hard to tell on this. I'll go to the radar in just a second. But the storm system going through a bit of an eye wall replacement cycle just prior to moving on shore there in the Northern Mariana Islands. That is kind of good news, to be quite honest, because... One second. It's kind of good news because we did see a little weakening, but not a lot. I mean, it's still a Cat 4, but it went down from about 12 to 24 hours ago. This was closer to 150, 160 miles per hour out here. By the way, if you're unfamiliar with the geography, let's zoom back in on this again. I keep on saying it's moving over the Northern Mariana Islands, right in that eye where you see the clearing, where it passes directly overhead. This is Saipan, the northern island. Let me pull up right here. So this is Saipan. Trying to pull up my arrow. Saipan right there. Tinian right there. And just south of that is Rota. About 50,000 people, Americans, live on all these islands, plus tourists that may be trapped there. I know they started canceling flights here about 2 days ago out of those islands. So there are actually tourists stuck on this as the storm system's pushing overhead. Currently, I'm getting messages from people out of these spots saying, yeah, the winds are dead calm right now. Which is a testament to the infrastructure, by the way, of these islands. Remote island out in the Western Pacific. The fact that you still have communications and we're able to get real-time information from them. But they're saying winds are dead calm right in the inner core of the storm system. We actually have a National Weather Service in Guam. They've been doing a great job covering the storm system. A WSR 88 radar, which is the same that you have in Jacksonville, anywhere in the United States. Really just showing this storm system as it approached over the last few hours. There's a little gap in radar coverage. You can see just straight north across the islands, unfortunately, but you can see that banding wrapping around into Guam there. So they're still seeing tropical storm strength conditions further towards the south. But of course, let's pause this. Let's zoom in. The eye, obviously, just absolutely encompassing and engulfing Tinian and Saipan here. Like I said, 50,000 people right now. It's the middle of the night. What's our moon phase right now? Jackson, do you know? Jackson's our digital director behind the scenes here. I can easily Google it. I think we're in a new moon right now, so they're not going to get much moonlight coming through it. Unfortunately, with a new moon, we have very high tides and very low tides. So that goes back to the video I was just showing you a minute ago about the flooding. At high tide, that doesn't help. You know, we get those high tides out here, and that is causing some of this coastal flooding too. But just taking a look at the radar right now, like I said, the eye directly overhead. We have some communities on the west coast, on both coasts of Saipan there is, but the higher communities are on the west coast, and also you got a town called San Jose on Tinian right there. My worry is on the back side of this storm system, as it does start to track further towards the west. The east coast of these islands, kind of steep cliff face, so surge is not so much of an issue. But the west coast is a little more low-lying. You got more reefs out there. That's where you're going to see these winds. And as this kind of lifts and pulls towards the north, that wind is going to wrap around, and I do worry about a little bit of a surge on those west coasts there. Meanwhile, down towards the south, Guam, home to about 150,000 Americans, plus the tourists stuck on the island. They're currently still seeing tropical storm strength conditions. I do know most of the island is without power, down trees, down power lines at this time as well. So once again, Super Typhoon, a violent typhoon. That's what, according to the Japan Meteorological Agency, that's where I'm getting this numbers from. Moving basically due north across Saipan and Tinian. Now, you see all these other islands north of that. Those are mostly uninhabited outside of a few people every person counts, but I mean, it's like just a couple dozen people in a lot of these islands further towards the north. Some of them are actually bombing ranges for the military, so like no one's on them. So like the kind of the biggest population is, of course, where this is exactly is right now in Tinian and Saipan. Like I said, about 50,000 people. It is expected to kind of pull off, lift towards the north, and make that right-hand turn across the northern Mariana Islands, and eventually pass towards the south of Japan. Which, interesting, in the long range here, if we pull back the picture, this could actually have a long-range impact on the jet stream and how it's going to influence the weather downstream. And this is something that I'm probably going to talk about here on First Coast News in the next day or so, about how basically a storm like this time of year, it almost acts like you're snapping a rope and you get those waves in it. I do expect this to cause some waves, and we could see either a big cold snap or a big heat up in the southeastern United States in about a week's time, just because this is going to snap and cause some big bends in the jet stream in the extended forecast. So something that, in the broader picture of things you want to talk about. Like I said, there has been some weakening in eye wall replacement cycle and a little bit of dry air filtering into this storm system. So winds, 24 hours ago were 175 miles per hour sustained. That's second strongest in the month of April in the northern hemisphere here, and within the top 5 strongest northern hemisphere tropical systems of all time. Now, mind you, that is top 5, but it's tied with a lot of other ones, so it's not like number 5 here. It's tied with 23 other storms for the top 5, and then top 4 is also like 50 storms. So, but still, it's up there in the upper just thresholds of some big bad storm systems out here in the northern hemisphere, for that matter. So right now the eye is passing directly over Saipan, the strongest typhoon to hit. I gotta edit that. Strongest typhoon to hit Saipan since I'm gonna write Saipan in here, since Typhoon U2. There we go. And conditions won't improve until about Wednesday afternoon for those northern islands here. Guam, probably closer to Wednesday morning, but for those northern islands, including Saipan and Tinian, it's not going to be until Wednesday afternoon, heading into the evening, their time out here. Now, you might be curious, what's going on with this? Why do we have a big, bad tropical system out here? Well, you can kind of see actually in this graphic right here, this is the upwelling right there, that blue slice from our current storm system. But the areas in yellow and reds where this formed up was right about in here. Just potent, deep energy, sea surface temperatures upwards of 85 degrees, nearing 90 in spots. I mean, it is just balmy waters out here and allows for these storm systems to quickly gain strength. Even in the month of April, high pressure ridge towards the north, just causing this to kind of maintain this intensity. So we're not seeing a lot of shear in on it. So it's got warm waters, a deep tropical wave, not a lot of shear, all just conditions that came together for this to intensify. Just got our chief meteorologist, Lewis Turner, just came in. He's going to talk with me here about what we got going on. One thing I do know is that I've been seeing here in Saipan and Tinian widespread power outages. I do know there was a big run on generators ahead of this at Home Depot that I'm pretty sure they sold out, which once again, United States, they got a Home Depot, a Walmart, all of that. Communication outages, expect spotty phone services. We are seeing that already, but I think it's absolutely remarkable that they still have some form of communication, which is why I'm still able to get some of these current updates from people out here. So let's try to see if I got any questions from anybody out here currently being impacted. We actually have Hannah Avocado watching from Guam. Nice. Thank you very much for jumping on here, praying for our neighbors in Saipan. Yeah. And also have seen some of these footage of Saipan. Lou's there now.
Saipan, and the other island is Tinian. Is that
Tinian?
Tinian. So I know you've been streaming already for a while now and covered a lot of the nuts and bolts. Maybe a bit of seeing like a bit of an eye wall replacement.
Yes.
Have you mentioned that? That's
Let's pull up
occurring
the
here,
radar and we kind of see
and
what you're
you kind
talking
of
about
see
here.
what's going on there. But I was looking at, we're talking about the other day when we were forecasting how slow moving this thing is. And impacts from this, I mean, will be felt at least through, tomorrow with a forward motion at just 5 miles an hour. So again, it's one of those slow movers. I'm seeing forecasts of 25, so more than 2 feet of rain
Yes.
falling, and also the potential for a surge of 10 to 15 feet of water above normally dry land. So I know you've covered those nuts and bolts.
Oh, no, it's good to hear it again and some of this stuff. And yeah, I mean, this is a 12-hour loop, by the way.
Yeah.
It just kind of stalled out. Like, you see how it's moving pretty fast, and then it slowed right down to almost 5 miles per hour just prior to landfall. And I was seeing about 12 to 15 hours ago, people were already sending me photos and videos saying power's out, trees are down, and that was a half a day ago.
Yeah.
It's not moving very fast.
The what's the off the top of your head, the airport? I know there's several.
The Saipan one,
Saipan.
GSN.
They've been talking about 10 hours consecutive of experiencing 100 mile an hour winds. This would be Saipan International Airport, gusts up and over 100 miles an hour for 10 hours. Peak gusts so far at 130.
Saipan is, I think we just lost the radar, by the way. Doesn't surprise me. So Saipan Airport is right about here where I have the arrow. Right in there. And that doesn't surprise me because as this storm was approaching, let's rewind this just a little bit. They had the eye wall. Let's go back. There we go. So they had the eye wall basically run directly. It's kind of hard to see. The radar kind of loses it a little bit right there, but you can extrapolate. And also we had a bit of an eye wall replacement cycle going on, but you extrapolate where the eye was. So that eye wall was running directly over that airport. And also the airport's a little elevated too. It's like a good 100 feet up. So
any chasers in this?
No, actually, and there's not. The local press is doing a really good job of covering it, but a lot of the biggest chasers, United, which is the big carrier in and out of here, they stop flights about 2 days ahead of time. So some of the chasers are a little bit annoyed by that, but they were like, we just need to move our planes. But on that note too, there's a lot of tourists who are stuck there.
Sure.
As well. So because Saipan, big tourist spot, especially for Japan and Chinese out of there. They're like, it's an easy way to say, I want to go visit the United States without actually having to fly all the way across the Pacific Ocean.
Gotcha.
Because if you ever go there, it is the United States. It's the roads, everything. You if you got dropped down there, you would think you were in Florida.
This is interesting. I mean, so just context for the year so far. For 2026, strongest that we would have seen.
Yes.
Easily, and now at its peak intensity at 890 millibars. And 185 mile winds, we're talking about something that equates to what Melissa was.
Yeah, it's up there.
Just last hurricane season.
It is the second strongest storm by wind speed on record in the month of April. Yeah. There was one stronger than it in 2021.
That's wild.
It's also in the top 5 strongest ever in the Northern Hemisphere. Mind you, it's tied with a lot of other ones, so it's not number 5. There's other ones above it, but it's up there. And the thing that Melissa had that we don't have in the Western Pacific, used to in the 70s and 80s out of Guam, is typhoon hunters.
Oh. They don't do it anymore?
They don't do it anymore. So all these analysis that you see here about this storm system, the 145 mile per hour winds is based on Dvorak.
Dvorak method?
Yeah, we don't have hunters out here. I wish we did, because what's amazing is that if you look back at the top 5 strongest typhoons ever reported, they are all from the 70s and 80s.
Okay.
Typhoon Tip, 870 HPA. millibars from 1978, I believe. And the reason is because we had hurricane hunters or typhoon hunters. So the last one that broke records was in 2012, and that was Super Typhoon Meggy in the Philippine Sea. And the reason why that one broke so many records is because there was research going on with the C-130s, and they were flying through it. So you imagine, I bet you the pressure with this one at its peak about 12 hours ago was probably lower than what we're getting out of this.
Power outages, obviously, just kind of checking, monitoring the reports, and then like talking about forecast for this. So, while it does take its sweet time, through Wednesday into Thursday, looking beyond, forecast still as on its northern trek to stay pretty far east of Japan.
Yes.
Still, correct. So, Oh, good.
My computer just kind of froze up here, but let's throw up the video real fast. So let's go ahead. Yeah. Oh, here we go.
Video's good.
So this was that surge threat that you were talking about. The what did you say? Like 10 to 15?
10 to 15 is what forecasters, there locally have been saying 10 to 15 feet above, normally dry ground. And, when you got that much water making its way up onto street level, things like that, it's tough to get perspective of what's ocean, what's beach, what's neighborhood, and it's all just one massive, body of water there. Yeah, tree snapped, obviously.
And this was taken earlier on in the day, mind you. Like right now, it's midnight, 12:15 a.m. Wednesday morning, and that was taken earlier in the day before the bulk of this storm system hit. So, hey, just going back what you were talking about, this is going to stay. Just go through the future cast well towards the south and east of Japan and well towards the east of the Philippines. So for all intents and purposes, the Northern Mariana Islands and Guam, really the only major populated landmass is getting impacted by this. You do have a couple islands here at about 10,000 people just north of it called the Ogasawara Islands, including a lot of Americans know Iwo Jima out there. That's located just north of where this is going to be passing. But really, what's interesting, Lou, and just bringing it back to the first coast, is that I think, and this is something that we should probably look at in the long range, is that this is going to do that snap effect on the jet stream. And I bet you if we're talking 10, 15 days out, this is going to have a influence on either a heat wave or a big cool down here in the southeast United States.
Teleconnections. We're all connected. This was, it's been an interesting, not unheard of in this part of the world, in the Atlantic side, certainly, but kind of part of twin cyclones too. And
yes.
You had how did you say it? Mila, the M storm?
Mila and Vaianu were located just
south of the equator, correct?
Yeah. So at one point, about a week ago, we had 3 storms. One just, and that's actually, you know what? I'll pull up this. This is going real slow. I got a graphic here, kind of showing the deep, warm water, tropical energy out in this area, and you kind of see that this part of the world just absolutely crazy warm waters. There, let's scoot it down. So we had that one that you're talking about sitting in the Solomon Sea, which is located right about in here. It was sitting there for about a week, and it didn't go anywhere. Now it's drifted west, and it's over northern Queensland, the leftovers from it. The other one's out and near Antarctica at this point. But you know what's interesting? Take a look at this. See that blue slice?
Yeah, you see the upwelling?
Shows how strong the storm is. It pulled up all the cooler waters from below the surface here and cooled down the sea surface temperatures just because of how strong it is.
Sure.
Let's pull up some of the videos again here. Let's take a look at some of that. And I'm going to go through and just read some of the comments we have here on our Facebook page. This video, also prior to the peak of the storm, but this guy said he has a compound cement. Part of it is collapsed on him. But right now they're inside the eye. But you see the trees on top of the vehicles there. Just, oh my goodness. Somebody asked, how does Sinlaku compare to 2013's Super Typhoon Haiyan? It's not as strong, but close. They're not terribly comparable, different topographies. Haiyan was a bit stronger than this one. It was an upper end of a Cat 5. This is also Cat 5. So, they're both in the same world. But that one still kind of holds the torch for being ridiculously strong.
And which specific island are we talking about with these videos?
Okay, all of these are from Saipan.
All Saipan.
So all of these are from people on Saipan who were this was actually in the eye wall, so you kind of get an idea of the time frame because this was taken after sunset. Mm-hmm. So right when that inner eye wall was. Sorry?
Yeah, it looked like we had a couple of, maybe a transformer go.
Yeah.
At one point. Yeah.
Which I'm blown away that the electric is still on those lights out there.
Sure.
Absolutely incredible. We got over 100 people still watching here live on our Facebook stream. If you guys are watching from any of these islands or out here in Jacksonville or anything like that, and you're curious about it, let me know. Let's hear from you.
I'm curious about something because with your experience kind of in remote islands, going and traveling, working, we've talked about this in streams past when we were forecasting originally. You don't evacuate. I mean, you can't very well unless you're a tourist and you're getting out in one of those planes leaving. Are there structures built? Are there places people go? Is there high? You go to higher ground. I mean, or do you just have to suck it up and live through it, and hopefully your concrete kind of structure is
kind of all of that.
Yeah, all of it.
So there are shelters that people can go to, but like at the same time, a lot of people, like a lot of buildings out here are. The building code is like you can't build a wood house.
Yeah,
and you know better because what was it in 2018 they got hit by U2 Super Typhoon. 2015 they got hit by Dolphin and Sodalor, both Super Typhoons. Mm-hmm. So if you build a home like some of the homes that we have on the east coast of Florida there. Mm-hmm. It's not going to last long. So even building code aside, like the homes are built for this eventuality. So a lot of times we get these storms. Sometimes I've seen reports of roofs being blown off and things like that, but most of the time the structure themselves, like as long as people just get into the interior room of their house as they should be and kind of ride it out. I think a lot of the times the injuries take place when people venture outside of their homes, mm-hmm. And after the storm with down power lines and things like that. It just, but I mean, and for example, though, U2, the storm 2018 that everybody's kind of referencing with this one, after the storm, power was out for a good month and a half. Yeah. There was no flights for several weeks in and out of there outside of military flights. And that, I think, has a broader impact maybe after the storm, especially on some of these remote islands being impacted by this. It's hard to say they're used to it because no one ever really gets used to it, but at least the infrastructure is kind of built up for it.
Sure. So essentially, just as a reset, as you watch, I mean, we're currently watching what is the strongest storm on planet Earth currently.
In all of 2026.
In all of 2026, landfall, and while if you're here in Eastern time zone, it's late morning. We're at 10:23 a.m. So sun's up, bright and ready to go. But where this is happening, we're talking kind of the scariest times to go through. If you've ever gone through a tropical storm or hurricane, and you've done it in the middle of the night, you know how just awful and unnerving that is. Impossible to sleep. The roars, the howling siren sound of the winds, which is unlike anything you hear in your typical afternoon thunderstorm. And so, trying times there in the middle of the night. And I know folks are just kind of waiting and praying for sunrise to hurry up. But the thing is, we're talking about they'll be dealing with these impacts. It'll be midnight into Wednesday.
Yes.
And so they'll be dealing with us through the day, even. But while the worst it seems to be happening right now, they'll be dealing with it through the day tomorrow.
Yeah, and the backside of this, I am worried about the backside because the east coast of these islands a little bit more cliff-faced, a little more sheltered, and the population is mainly on the west coast of both Tinian and Saipan. Okay. So when those winds start to wrap around on that eye wall on the backside of this, with its slow movement of only 5 miles per hour. Surge at high tide is going to be an issue, but also those wind damage on already weakened structures. So that's, and speaking of structures, did see somebody commented here from Guam, and they said after Typhoon Karen, the building codes changed. I actually had to look it up. Typhoon Karen way back in 1962.
Oh.
But prior to that, it was like,
build what you can.
yeah. And then that one hit, and they were like, you know what? Yeah.
That's a long time.
It's a long time, but
that's very
lessons learned.
In 62 to go ahead and, change those codes up. I mean, if you're thinking about Florida and you're thinking about the Carolinas, the East Coast of the United States, I mean, we really didn't see building codes change from the late 80s, early 90s when you had storms like Hugo and Andrew come through. And then they really started, things along the coast need to be on stilts and elevated, and you had to have a different kind of code. So a little bit later to the game, if they were doing that back in the 60s. So
yeah, actually, somebody said right here, Christopher Wong said, no typhoon in modern times has been as deadly as Super Typhoon Karen or Pamela from the 60s and 70s. So after those ones, Guam and the Mariana Islands really changed the building codes there. And that's why, and going back to your question a moment ago, like, what do they do? Well, most people just, a lot of the buildings out here are built as a bomb shelter from these typhoons. And if you don't, the homes are going to go. Just had somebody, Ron, saying, Jonah said, watching from Guam.
Nice. Thanks, Jonah.
Says, I can hear the winds roaring outside, and just probably that. You've been through so many hurricanes.
Yeah.
I mean, like, that howling noise,
and it just take it up to 200 decibels, and it's a persistent howl. It's and there's no let up in it, and your ears will be ringing if you're going through it for that kind of extended period of time.
Well, right now it does look like if we just, let's actually pull up the radar, because the radar probably going to give us a little bit.
Is it working?
That's the number one question. Come on. All right, so we're looking at the last 6 hours, and it looks like we lost the Guam radar.
I wonder if we lost the site. Yeah. Which that wouldn't be a surprise.
Well, the fact that it's been staying, and like, it's the National Weather Service, and the National Weather Service is already neglected a little bit, but the Guam National Weather Service, they like, it's so far out there. Like, that WSR 88, the fact that it's running is a miracle. And the fact that it went down, though, and they've been getting sustained winds of typhoon strength. I mean, even here in Florida, we get winds up that high. The power, like, sometimes we're going to lose radar coverage out there. So this doesn't surprise me that it went down. It was nice having it there for a while, and hopefully they can get it back up. But they're not going to send a crew out there to climb up into the dome right now. It ain't happening.
That'll be a while.
It's down for this foreseeable future. But good question on Facebook. Go for it.
We got Jackson running the 1s and 2s, just shouting out some questions. What do you have it, Robert, or do you want to Jackson fire away?
I must have missed it. Go ahead and tell me, Jackson.
This is from Casper. They said the extreme wind warning has to be extended for the island. At any other time, the extreme wind warning has to be extended.
Ooh, good question. Let me pull up. I'm going to try to pull up the warnings. If you don't mind researching that. Yeah. So for everybody's just sake of what with an extreme, the question was, and you may not have heard it, the extreme wind warning has been extended for the islands here. Do you know any other time extreme wind warnings were extended? Extreme wind warning was put in, I think, back after Katrina or something like that. I remember it was because it basically, it's on top of like a tornado warning, but it's not a tornado warning. It's where you have these just absolutely catastrophic damaging winds in that eye wall. And you want to have kind of this extra layer on top of the hurricane warning or on top of the typhoon warning that says there is a line of crazy fast winds coming at you, damaging winds. The thing is, it was issued, and a lot of the times the warnings, like they follow through on their time frame, but this one was extended primarily because it slowed right down, and this storm is just almost stalled out, moving only at 5 miles per hour. Now that's its forward motion. Its actual wind speed 145 miles per hour here. I'm trying to pull up some of the warnings here. Let me pull up a data set. I'll see if I can get a.
So no record of actual these things being extended. Because like you mentioned, kind of in its early phases of being used, documented. So if just for a little background, extreme wind warning. If you're going to get sustained surface winds, sustained now for an extended period of time of 115 miles an hour or greater, you're going to get one of these warnings. So
115 miles per hour.
So it's the added level. We've already got our hurricane warning in place. We already know that's, but now you're dealing with extended period of time of what Category 3 power or higher, and it's only associated with that. You're not going to get these with derechos. You're not going to get them with tornadoes, etc. But specifically events associated with those Cat 3 and formal. It started in 2005, right? So, but
Katrina, yeah.
With Katrina, we're talking in Florida now. We saw one of these in 2024 because of Milton.
I remember that,
but
that's the one that ran right all the way up towards almost the Waycross, right?
Yeah. So you had Manatee, Pinellas, Hillsborough counties that all had the extreme wind warning. But as far as, I'm not finding any sources mentioning any time that it's actually been extended once issued. So just a kind of a commentary on how slow moving this is, but how persistently powerful it's been.
I'm trying to pull up some of the warnings here.
Because land interaction is not going to do much as far as slowing this thing down. You're not with much land. So, that's going to have nothing to do with this force of nature.
Like there are some cliffs there, a couple 100 feet up, some historic kind of mountains actually associated with the Second World War there. Not going to get into it, but if you want to research it out there in Saipan. But it's a small island. The eye is completely encompassing it here, and from end to end, what is it? This eye is about 20, 30 miles. Fairly large in the scope of things. And you can see there's maybe a little bit of friction taking place here because you kind of see that right there. It's getting a little bit of the dry air punching into it, but it's not a lot with this. Also, you were talking about the eye wall replacement cycle. I think that did take place, though, over the last 12 hours, last 6 hours, just prior to this coming on shore. And I think that had a bigger impact than any land interaction.
Sure.
An eye wall replacement cycle, usually bad news because it indicates a strong storm and the wind field expands. But I think that's one of the primary reasons why we went from 165 down to 145. Yeah. Still major level. This is Cat 5, high-end Cat 4. But it is still a serious storm system here as this moves off towards the north and west. Let me see if I got any other questions here. Yeah, somebody just said actually the smaller island is Tinian and that the eye is over. Yeah, so moving directly over Tinian here, and a Saipan, of course, in the northern Mariana Islands here. So yeah, that's the one just there. You got those two larger islands, Saipan, Tinian, and then there's a really small one well south of that no one lives on as well, called Aguajan. Somebody, I'm probably saying that wrong. Definitely saying it wrong.
We'll give you grace on that one because I wouldn't even try.
Yeah, I tried.
Good man.
I tried.
Nailed it.
All right, so yeah, just reading some of the comments there and people talking about this. Let me see. Somebody's actually watching from Tahiti. Thanks for coming on here with us. Appreciate you. Let's see. A lot of people just hoping everybody's staying safe out here. We got 110 concurrent viewers right now, at least on Facebook. Also on YouTube, people are watching here too. If you have any questions, comments, or anything like that, we got about 100 people on YouTube. Thanks for following along here on FCN Plus, First Coast News Plus. If you want weather information, especially during hurricane season, Lou, he's your guy. He's going to be here with you during any hurricanes.
All five. We'll the whole team ready to go. In fact, we're kind of in the process of producing our hurricane kind of guide and special that'll be out right as our hurricane season starts. But a decent warm up here watching this system, move through those Mariana Islands and cause all kinds of wild damage. We're going to really need to wait to see sunrise before we really know what happened there and start getting ground reports. Because,
but it is
radar's out. So.
It is mind blowing the fact that we even in the middle of the night we're getting images from it, because 10, 15 years ago that was not the case.
Mm-hmm.
A lot of times these islands would get hit. And here you go. This is one of the latest videos overnight here. A lot of times these islands would get hit and the power and comms would go down. Yep. And then
that's why I'm fascinated we're seeing this at all.
Yeah.
Eventually there's going to be a kind of a blackout period with comms.
I bet.
Depending on Starlink accessibility, things like that. But I mean, there was that period of time with Jamaica, you remember with Melissa, where we were just getting very limited information coming out of there just because you couldn't uplink, and chasers who were there couldn't get a lot of their information out for a day or so.
And that's one of the big things there on Saipan. I'm sure the airport's going to be out for a little while as well. And the good news, I mean, I bet you crews at Anderson, which is one of the largest military bases in the world, is located right here. So if we take a look, I'll put my little arrow. Anderson is right there. Thousands and thousands of just crews. Now, right now, they're, of course, hunkered down. They go through the same thing that we do here at Mayport and NAS Jackson, conditions of readiness, where it's, you start at 4, 3, 2, 1. And once you get to core 1, it is hunker down and stay
Is Anderson put. The Navy or the Air Force?
Air Force.
Air Force, big Air Force. I knew there's a big Navy base. But
right about here is the Guam Naval Base.
And so, the Air Force base, they're famous. A lot of folks get station time there in Guam. My stepfather spent time there, with the Air Force in Guam. And he's told me stories. But, massive. I mean, a city, essentially.
Yeah.
Anderson's up there on a cliff, too.
Yes, Anderson is Jackson, our digital director, also is in the military. So we all got connections here. You're right. Anderson is right on the northern coastline, and it is very exposed. So you almost can see a little bit of the topography right here on that. It's up on a cliff face right there. A couple 100 feet up is where the runway is. And those buildings, I mean, you do not... Oof, if we got anybody watching from Anderson, let me know. I want to hear from you guys, because even away from the core of this storm system, right now you got those winds wrapping around the back side of it. Easily, I bet you they're seeing 70, 80. Actually, you know what? I'm going to see if I can pull up. I wonder if Anderson is still reporting right now. But while we're looking this up, friends, if y'all don't mind just commenting, let me know where you're watching from. Let me know if you're being impacted by this, or if you're elsewhere, if you're here on the First Coast, curious about what we're looking at here with this this super typhoon. It says violent typhoon. That's because I'm taking the information from JMA right here.
Gust to 71.
Gust to 71 miles per hour or knots.
That's in miles per hour per this. Let's see. I don't know what exact hour that is.
I see. I just pulled it up.
66 in the last hour.
Yeah, 45 currently gusting to 55 knots, so that's up at 60. That's at Anderson. 3/4 of a mile visibility, so that tells me they got a straight up washing machine going on out there. Let's throw up the video again just to give you an idea of what we're talking about. When I say washing machine, I'm talking about, like, imagine you were inside the most powerful washing machine on earth. Rain, wind, that's what we're talking about here. And I'm sure that's what they're seeing right now with that reduced invisibility and, of course, the heavy rainfall coming in there with it.
So this was even before sunset.
Yes.
Obviously, we still have daylight. So this gentleman whose property obviously got a lot of damage. I mean, not even through the worst of it. So telling you he has a concrete structure, a compound more or less there, kind of still waiting for the worst. There's some nighttime video now folks kind of assessing their
That's
properties.
from the same person that
Okay,
did the
got it.
one. So his name is Orlando Sadie, and
Orlando.
yeah, same person. You can see their car right there taking some damage. The tin roofs, the concrete structure fairing, but it's those tin roofs and things. You know what else gets launched a lot of the times in these storms, where the concrete is able to withstand it? Cars.
Oh, really?
Yeah, so like especially those small Japanese like K cars,
Yeah, they'll just toss.
gone. Like, and I've seen
Is that
situations.
water or is that wind? Because I mean, I've seen the
Wind.
situation where wind. So wind will flip them over.
Wind will just pick them because they don't weigh a lot. And I've seen situations where like in Okinawa I've seen this where none of the buildings really took damage, but then you go outside, you look down at the end of the road, and there's just like a pile of cars because the wind gets under it and just poof.
Gone.
And that's another thing out here, especially in these like spots where maybe you might get some funneling between buildings, it gets squeezed together. Sometimes you get little vortices. You ever see those out here? Like the little vortices, they're almost small tornadoes or anything like that?
I not with my own two eyes, no, but it's certainly common in bands, for sure. Especially when you're getting kind of friction from land, things moving onshore. With less friction getting on land, you start seeing those little vortices spinning, and you get the EF zeros. That will pop, and yeah, that certainly can toss things about. Let's get a little perspective. So so folks, if maybe you're just tuning in, kind of a little global perspective of what we've been looking at with the Super Typhoon Sinlaku. Mr. Speta over here is the expert of the Pacific, right? Watching that all the time. Of course, their seasons are a little different. I mean, they're always concerning themselves with the tropics and with typhoons. In this right now, this storm, the most powerful, obviously, so far in a short 2026, we're in April, but the most powerful of the year. We're talking in terms of, things that we remember in our recent memory. At peak strength, as strong as a Melissa that we had in the Caribbean, impacting Jamaica and Cuba and the Bahamas last year. So very, very powerful storm on the other side of the world where it's, after midnight there. So they're dealing with the middle of the night. They're dealing with a slow mover too. So as far as, kind of if you're streaming along with us and you are in Guam or you're near those islands, or just curious, waiting for when's the all clear coming? When will things improve? It's going to be a while. It certainly isn't going to be with the lifespan of this stream. We'll be talking about this tomorrow. If we catch up again, kind of the backside of this finally kind of emerging and getting away from land a little. And I'm talking about eyewall. I'm not even talking about kind of the extended areas back to the south and east.
And this is just kind of a little closer look. Now, also just to piggyback off you,
Sure.
for anybody that is jumping in right now and you're kind of curious, okay, what's going on here? Why? Well, this is part of the United States. Just remember that. It fascinates me. So many people don't understand that Guam and Saipan and Tinian here, 200,000 people live on all these islands. American citizens, not a state, but think Puerto Rico. Part of the United States, thus making it the first landfalling tropical system in the United States here this tropical season. Expected to pull off towards the north. So I know I got a lot of people asking about military friends out here, maybe in Yokosuka, Yokota, those military bases, a lot of big ones, Okinawa, there in Japan. Not worried about it impacting you guys. It's going to turn towards the north and eventually out to sea, kind of passing out here in the North Pacific. Just had somebody actually very interesting. So they said, I'm watching from Florida. Samantha Campbell says, my parents are in Guam and also have family in Saipan as well. So a little local connection here to the first coast out of Florida here. Samantha,
keep us posted.
Yeah, keep us posted, please. And let me know where specifically in Florida you're watching from. Really want to hear from you. Just curious. Got somebody here watching from New York City. Oh, May Sablon watching from Saipan. May, let me know how you doing? Like, yeah, we got a couple people like that. Jackson behind the scenes says we got a couple people chiming in from Saipan. Horrific winds.
Can't imagine.
I missed that. I mean, 145, what it's being estimated right now here on radar or on satellite analysis. And right now, if you were in Saipan, I'm sure you went through that lull with the passage of the eye. Now the backside of it, of course, coming there. December, Ron Mitchell here on Facebook says, my daughter and family live in Don Don. They've lost their carport. Oh my God. And the house has a lot of flooding. My nephew, and I can't open this up more, and family are stationed at Anderson Air Force Base. So,
Yeah.
oof.
So we got official landfall then. Looks like, I guess, just here in the last 4 or 5 minutes, I guess the official call for landfall.
Is that from the National Weather Service out of Guam? Did you see that?
Yeah, I'm seeing it from a chaser who is citing.
Well, that makes sense. I mean, for anybody if you're new to tracking tropicals, official landfall comes when the very, very center, so not just the eye wall, but the very center, and it does look like that's probably moving. Did he say Tinian?
Tinian.
Yeah, it looks like it's moving.
Impacting Tinian and Saipan, obviously. So you just historically, I guess, when you're talking Tinian specifically, reading this would only be the second time that you've got, at least since 1945, one of these typhoons going directly
over them.
So you had U2 before.
Yeah, but U2 is that one of the ones, because U2 I think tracked more so like this, so it may not have technically made the landfall, but they were in the right front quadrant. Just like right now, it's technically not making landfall in Saipan,
right,
but they are getting blasted by the right front right now. Though I think U2 was a lot like that. It was between Rhoda and Tinian when that passed on by.
Yeah, but for Guam and the folks thinking about Anderson, while they're dealing with some pretty bad conditions, I don't want to downplay it. I mean, relatively speaking, versus a direct, landfall, a lot better circumstances there if you do have, loved ones stationed there at either military installation there in Guam.
Trying to pull up the radar here, but yeah, we do have some people here saying. Mary says, I'm from Saipan here in San Antonio. Strong winds flooded in the apartment. Man, I'm humbled that so many people from Saipan and from Guam are on here watching this stream. We got about 130 concurrent viewers on our Facebook stream. Also streaming at FCM Plus in our YouTube channel. Thank you so much for everybody coming in here. Ed on here says Saipan and Tinian are really in bad shape from the storm. We are actually still in windy mode here in Saipan. Yeah, you're on the back side of it now. That eye wall on the back side. This is from one of our comments here. Many homes are blown off. Flooding is bad. Pressure and high wind crazy. That's their words. But yeah, they said this is just another storm from the previous ones I mentioned, U2 and Sodalor. They said it's very similar to the impacts from that. Sodalor is actually one of the typhoons, super typhoon I chased personally back in 2015. I chased that one through Taiwan, though. So it hit the Mariana Islands first, and then it made a beeline west towards Taiwan. I remember that. Got a couple more comments here. See, there's a lot of people who are, and it's that military connection out here. I got Lynn on here, said, watching from Alabama. My son and his family are stationed there at the naval base. I assume you're talking about Subic Naval Base. Not Subic, that's in the Philippines. The Guam Naval Base. Sorry, it's all blending together. And just a reminder, I wonder do we have any core graphics for the military? I wonder if we do. Because their core system's the same system that we have here.
Okay.
I wonder if I have any core graphics, but just a reminder for any of our friends out here that may have families stationed over there. If you are worried about them, let me see if we have any. If we don't, that is something that I believe I'm going to make, because same system that we have at our Navy bases here in Florida. simply put, once they go into core 1, which they are at right now, core 1 emergency, you are inside, and you are like, it is military orders, dependents, everybody, you are inside, you are staying hunkered down, you are not going outside. That is still core 1 in Guam at this point. So the buildings, especially on the military bases, they're bomb proof. They are designed for this. So if you got family stationed over there, as long as they are being smart and staying inside and following the orders from the commanders set at these bases, they're going to be fine. And then afterwards, the military is well taken care of in the recovery efforts. So, yeah, I'm not worried as long as they're staying smart and staying safe inside here, Lou.
Yeah. So a difference here, and you notice forward motion again at 5. So when we talk about hurricanes and storms that impact the east coast of the United States, we often have while extraordinarily powerful, we have the saving grace of the jet stream and fronts that will come through driven by the jet stream that'll pick up forward momentum. So, they hit land and it's almost like they double time in speed. So it's over you, but it's over with pretty quickly. And generally speaking.
And I think it's going to pick up its pace. Sorry to cut you off.
No, it's going to have to get up north a little bit.
Yeah.
And in the next day or two, next 24, 36 hours, as it does kind of catch that, where you can see Robert Strong, a little more steering current, and then get caught back in the jet. That could impact maybe, like you said, 10, 15 days down the road. Either a pretty true cool air outbreak for the Pacific Northwest, and on the flip side of that, some heat for us. So things to watch.
I looked at the broader picture here, and I'm just gonna serious storm, but just like looking at this presentation, this is higher. And like, look at the outflow, and this is one reason why this is so strong. That outflow on the northern side. For anybody who's curious, tropical systems are an engine, right? You get that warm heat, the warm core low, it pumps it up through the atmosphere, and you got inflow in these lower level clouds, but just these big lungs for this to breathe. Part of that kind of outflow off towards the north. One reason why this is just maintained this incredible intensity over the last few days. One thing I am noticing on this, Lou, and maybe I'll try to see if I can pop up water vapor imagery. It does look like it's kind of getting ate a little bit on the west side with some dry air.
Yeah.
Let's see if I can pull
I'll be interested because there's not much else to fight it, as far as shear is concerned. You got to wonder what would be the factor that ultimately weakens this thing out until it gets a little further north. You would wonder about, is there any dry air intrusion getting pulled in?
It looks like
tough. It looks so. It does. It does. It looks so symmetrical and so well organized.
Yeah. If there is dry air getting pulled in, it's not a lot. Yeah. I did just have somebody say in Guam, the winds as of this moment have backed off a little bit. They said that it's not as bad as it was about 6 hours ago in Guam, which of course the highest population of all these islands, about 150,000 people, and where most of your friends may be stationed in the military, friends and family here. Jonah says Guam is in Core 1, bases are in T Core 1. So since Guam is such a military dependent island, it kind of evolved where they have T Core, which is what we use here for the military bases, and then they have Core, which are the conditions of readiness, which very similar, it's slightly different. It's hard to follow, but the point is they're all still in this lockdown phase right now. Let's see, Marion here said, I moved to Saipan in 2017, and we had Typhoon U2 in 2018, and Sinlaku Typhoon is the longest we've had, and it goes to your point of the slow motion of this. I mean, it ain't moving fast, and it's not moving away fast either. Do you want to take a break here, and we can just loop the satellite picture?
Yeah, leave this up. I know if you've got a lot of people streaming, I say let's you kind of leave it here. That way, folks know what's happening. If you're around this region of the world and stream, we do appreciate that truly, and hopefully we can. As long as you maintain your comms and able to keep a connection, you can stay with us, and we'll have this up and running for you, just so you know progression and how things maybe start to improve here over the next 12, 24 hours, but kind of in it right now.
Yeah, they're going through it, and backside of the eye wall hitting Saipan, Tinian right now, and some big impacts. I'm gonna come back on here and stream a little bit more.
Cool.
But we're gonna take a break right now. Just take a quick breather with this storm system, and very serious, severe, severe. Don't go anywhere though. We're gonna keep this loop going here and just giving you some of the latest information. All right, we are back here. Just took a little break, and you can see I was actually, if you were following along here with the stream, editing some graphics, getting some new information here on this storm, and even some new photos and videos sent in here as it's passing overhead. Right now, it's just a quick recap for those jumping in. Let me get a drink real quick. All right. Okay, here we go. So a quick recap. Category 4, violent super typhoon Sinlaku has just made landfall in Tinian here in the Northern Mariana Islands, right near Saipan, north of Guam. Part of the United States, this is the first landfalling tropical system anywhere in the United States in 2026. So hurricane season still about a month and a half out in the Atlantic, but we have our American friends out here being impacted currently by this violent storm system. I didn't write violent, by the way. That is the official nomenclature from the Japan Meteorological Agency when it gets on the top end of these type of storms. Pressure down to 920 millibars. Winds right now at 145 miles per hour, sustained with gusts even higher than that. We pull back the picture, you can get a broader view of what we're talking about here and just give you an idea of the Mariana Islands. This is the other side of the Pacific Ocean, still part of the United States. Currently here on Guam, Saipan, and Tinian, it is 1:15 a.m., so it is the middle of the night here. But we got a lot of people watching from a lot of those islands here. In fact, right now we have concurrent viewers, about 100 people on here. If you are watching from any of these islands or you have friends or family, chime in. Just say hi. Say hi, Robert. Let me know how you're doing. I know we got a lot of people that are currently being impacted by this storm system that were jumping in and just chiming in and letting me know how they're doing here in just the last hour or so. Yeah, please come on here. In fact, I'm just bouncing through here. Ramil says, my fiance lives there in Guam, being impacted here. We got a lot of family. I see a lot of people who have family members stationed at Anderson Air Force Base, as well as the Guam Naval Base out here. So, yeah, I mean, broad impacts being had, though, of course, with this storm system, as I mentioned, passing directly over Tinian and Saipan, making it the strongest storm to hit those islands since U2 back in 2018. And just to put it in perspective, U2, there was months of recovery. Power was out on Saipan for months. Weeks the airport was down, and very similar setup, if not stronger. And the duration of this storm system, it is only moving towards the northwest at 5 miles per hour. Absolutely just creepingly slow pace. They have been experiencing tropical storm strength winds already for nearly 24 hours on these islands. Also, even further towards the south, 150,000 people out there in Guam. They had a little bit of a lull, but from the reports I'm seeing right now, we're starting to see kind of the backside, some banding coming on shore and hitting these coastal areas with it as well. So yeah, they're still being impacted by it too. Where is it headed? Well, after it moves away from the islands here, it's going to move towards the north across the Northern Mariana Islands. Most of these are unpopulated out here towards the north, but here's the thing. It's not moving fast. So locally, as I mentioned, it's about 1 a.m. where this is passing directly overhead, but conditions probably are not going to improve to the point where you can head outside until Wednesday afternoon into the evening. So you still got another 12 hours of potentially destructive conditions here on those islands. I got our meteorologist Lee Southwick here with me. So Lewis Turner's getting ready for our next show on TV, but Lee's here.
Hi. And I will be doing the noon. So
oh, you are? Okay, that's right. That's right.
But I just thought I'd come.
Well, thank you.
Check this out with you, because this is such a monster, awful storm, and I know we all have some connections in that area, so it's just.
Do you know anybody like stationed in the military out here or something like that, or?
I have. They're all friends, their family. So
okay.
People I don't know directly, but like my friends are worried about their families. So yeah, and so of course checking in on them, how's their family doing, all of that, but. I mean, 145 mile per hour winds, that's horrifying.
It is. And to put this in perspective, this is the first time Lee's seeing this as well. Some of you, maybe if you were watching the stream here while we had our break, you might have seen this image. But so before we took a little break here, Lou was in here and we were talking about the building codes in Guam here, Lee, and about how all the buildings compared to Florida, a lot of wood structures. There it is very strict. Concrete, like after some storms in the 60s and 70s that killed thousands of people, they were like, we're never going to have this happen again. But what I mentioned was the buildings, like they can withstand this, but the cars can't.
Oh.
And then I said to Lou, I was like, sometimes like I've been through some of these typhoons in Okinawa where the building just fine. You step outside and you see a pile of cars.
Wow.
And this image was just sent to us by JoJo out there in Saipan.
Oh my gosh. Whoa.
Right? So like the cars get launched because the wind gets under them. The concrete building structures, fine. But when you get 140 mile per hour winds on the side of a vehicle that is fairly light.
That makes sense. Oh gosh, that's awful.
Pretty incredible. Also, Lee, we just got a new video. Do we have that video in yet?
Yeah.
Okay. This is fresh.
Okay.
This was taken 45 minutes ago out of Saipan. This is from, I believe, Alex or Morgan here. It's a washing machine. You can see the trees kind of bending. They are, of course, inside of their house taking this. I don't want them outside. They're behind glass, so it looks a little fuzzy.
Which is good. Stay inside. I mean, honestly, with winds like that, you shouldn't even be near a window. You know, you should treat these like a tornado warning. You saw the cars flying, just like what happens in a tornado. Same with a hurricane. Like there's any sort of strong wind gust over 100 miles an hour. Even 70. That's why we say even our severe thunderstorm warnings, you want to be inside. And so when it comes to typhoon, hurricane, any sort of tropical cyclone, you would also want to step inside and get away from windows like that. But I'm grateful for the video, though, for the image.
Oh, yeah. I mean, fantastic. By the way, you just mentioned like a tornado. So 140 mile per hour winds, which this is estimated at right now. This is a video from earlier today, too. That's an EF3 on the Fujita scale. So just an idea from this. By the way, Lee, just reading some of the comments here. I got Kyle Daisy out here. It says 1:22 a.m. We got a lot of people watching from Saipan and Guam. Thank you.
Hi, everyone. I hope you all are doing okay.
Well, they just said, I'm blown away that their communications are still up, but they just said 1:22 a.m. Saipan time, winds starting up again. We have Chris Kitchens here who says, I was there for U2, which was back in 2018, praying for a family out there. We got Jose. We have strong winds in Dedido. That's on Guam, gust around 80 miles per hour at this time. Power outages there. So a lot of these people are running on generators and batteries pretty much. Jake, actually, Jake is one of the first people I've seen right on here from Tinian. Jake, let me know how you're doing. Tinian is only about 3,000 people there. So I am humbled that you are choosing our stream to watch some of the coverage here on this storm system. So thank you very much, Jake. Jake, let me know how you are doing too, because they just went through the eye. They had a good hour and a half of just nothing.
Just the calm in the eye.
Yeah.
Wow.
And now they are on the backside. So to put it really kind of quickly here, Lee, in perspective, like the islands, just for people maybe watching from overseas, or maybe you just don't know the geography too well. Northern Island right here, that is Saipan. This has about 50,000 people on it. We have Tinian right here. That's about 4,000 people. Then we pull back the picture. We have that other island's uninhabited just south of that. We have Rota, and then we have Guam, which is about 150,000 people, and that's where a lot of the big military bases are.
Right.
I'm sure your friends, they're out there, what, Anderson or Guam Naval Base, do you know?
I don't know. Actually, one is just like a family from Guam.
Okay.
Lived in Guam forever, goes back. And another one, the friend's father used to be in the military, now is not, but still over there.
Yeah.
So don't know exactly where.
Oh, well, I mean, upper edge of the storm systems. Lee, what's the strongest typhoon you've personally been through? Typhoon, hurricane.
Hurricane. I haven't been through a typhoon.
Just other side of the international date line.
So when it made landfall, it was winds of 155, but when it was crossing over us, I think it was only 135. So weaker than this by about 10 miles an hour.
Wow. It's just
Hurricane Ida.
You could just describe like the sound, because I'm seeing a lot of comments here from Saipan and Tinian, and people are saying the wind is like just
it's so eerie. It is so creepy. Yeah, it's eerie. it's that constant hum that you constantly hear the hum. Other things too, when winds are this strong, for instance, we were in a 2-story building, and only on the second floor you still felt the building swaying, like with 2 stories, but it also had a big bell tower on top too. And I remember we were all so terrified that tower was going to come down and crush us. But the winds, that sound too, it's just that hum, that constant hum. It's never quiet. It's almost scarier when it goes quiet. You're like,
Really?
what just happened?
Yeah, right.
You'll hear pops, and you'll see flashes, of course, as like power goes out, and you'll hear, crashes and bangs as some sort of debris goes flying, whether it's like a piece of a roof, or even, some people don't secure all their items. You see like a trash can go flying down, but it's always scary because it's always that constant hum and then a loud crash or a loud bang here and there, and you're always a little startled about what's going on. And that's why we also say step away from the window, because you never know what's flying through the air there.
And I try to reiterate to people out here, they see that, these winds are 140 miles per hour, and they're like, oh, that sounds like fun. I'm going to go stand out in it. And it's like, yeah, 140 mile per hour wind is going to knock you down, but it's not going to kill you. What will is these things flying in the 145 mile per hour winds.
Yeah. Do you remember? Oh, was it Ian? I'm trying to remember. There was one down in like Southwest Florida, and there's a video of a whole stop sign came loose and was flying through the air. Like, that will impale you. That is terrifying.
And out here, I have seen, we had some video earlier of a tin roof ripped off, and it was laying on somebody's yard. It was like that type of stuff. That's the stuff that is dangerous.
Yeah.
I have seen some video that released by a news agency, so we don't have it here, but of people actually out in the floodwaters, and they're walking through it.
No.
I hope it's because they're evacuating and moving, and not just to be out there. This was during the height of the first eye wall there on Saipan. So they're being absolutely impacted by this. And I guess
if you can find, if someone had to evacuate in water, you have to get out and the water is high. Even if you can find some sort of border debris to try to float on top of the water. Already, you don't want to be in the water in case there's an electrical current. That's not going to help you whether you're floating or not. But you don't know the debris under the water, and goodness forbid too, you cut your leg on something, and then there's all of that bad bacteria and stuff in the water, and then that cut would become super infected. Like people in Katrina passed away that way because they were walking through the flood water trying to get out, cut their leg, it got too infected.
And unfortunately, after this storm passes, I hope this is not the case. I'm just comparing it to past storms. U2, the airport was down for some time outside of military flights, and power was out for weeks. So last thing you want is a cut or an infection. Right. When it is part of the United States here, and we get the support from FEMA and all that, but it's unfortunately, it's just so remote, and it's going to take some time for recovery to get out there. Hopefully assets from Anderson and the Guam Naval Base are going to be sent out almost immediately to help out the recovery from this. But Lee, I'm going to read a couple of the comments here.
Okay.
Let's go through. So Kyle Daisy, which on there on Tinian said, no, that's Jack, who said, or Jake, yup, in the last 15 to 20 minutes ago, winds picked up on the south side of the island. Doing all right in Tinian, but haven't been out to explore. That's good. I'm happy. A little flooding from what I can see, but won't know no more until day breaks, which I think is the case for a lot of people. It is 1:30 in the morning, and I don't want people outside walking. I'm happy to hear you, Jake, saying, I don't know, because I'm inside.
Yeah, please don't go out until the sun is up.
Also, Kyle Daisy said, is this storm weakening or not? And so what we've seen, and the radar went down, but maybe I can pull up the radar, because we have a WSR 88 in Guam, which is nice, but it went down because being hit by a typhoon.
A violent typhoon.
Yeah. So, yeah, you can see it's gone right there. But we can see a couple of the frames before it goes down here, Lee. You see a little bit of an eye wall replacement cycle. Do you kind of see that happening?
Okay.
It's going into a gap in coverage, too.
But yeah.
I think this image right here kind of shows it. So you can kind of see right there. So
that drier air is kind of wrapping in a little bit.
While I read through some of this, do you mind explaining to people kind of what an EWRC means? Kind of the general scope of things.
When you go under an eye wall replacement cycle, it does weaken a bit. However, it can re-strengthen on the back side of that. So an eye wall replacement cycle, you're going to see that drier air wrapping in, it's replacing itself. So in that time frame, it's a little bit weaker. It's not as such of a solid structure, a solid engine as it's chugging along, but it gives it that ability to re-wrap and re-strengthen. And so it can strengthen on the back side of that. I did see when Robert had the cone pulled up too, that it was expected to go down to 140 at 10 a.m. Was it 10 a.m.?
Locally, yeah.
Yes. Okay. So at 10 a.m. What is it past that? Is it expected to continue to go? I see 105 beyond that. So that's good.
Yeah.
The trend is for it to weaken.
But by that point, kind of starting to, it's going to come extratropical real quick, I think.
Okay.
And the good news, the northern Mariana Islands, those islands where it's kind of pushing through, there are some people there. Like, I think, like, I've seen some videos actually out of their popular YouTubers out there. Like, there's like 4 people live on some of those islands.
Wow.
So there's not a lot of people, but they count too. But the good news is pulling away, and it's going to stay well south of Japan. So by that point, it's going to start to go extratropical. What I find interesting, and is here, Lee, if we're talking about kind of the broader range and the extended forecast, is the jet stream might get the kind of whiplash effect.
Oh,
which you get the jet stream.
Do we have a?
I have a jet. I have this quick graphic.
Cool.
But you kind of see that trough coming through,
and
this is going to cause a big trough out ahead of it. You get a big ridge. You get a big trough. This is going to create all sorts of that in the jet stream, which could involve creating severe weather and stuff in the United States.
Right. Everything's connected.
Everything, yeah, teleconnections. Everything all the way back to what is going on out here in the Western Pacific with this storm system. It's serious stuff. Jackson, do you mind throwing up our videos again? Let's roll through that one more time.
Yeah.
Let's take... And I'll read through some of the comments here. And if you are watching, we got over 100 people on Facebook, over 100 people on YouTube watching live right now. If you are and on FCM Plus, I'm not sure how we're doing there, but let me hear from you guys. Let's make sure that you're all staying safe. But I want to hear your reports if you're being impacted by this. Do you have friends or family being impacted by the storm system, especially here in Jacksonville where we are? Mm-hmm. Heavy military presence. And a lot of people have been stationed in Guam or Saipan at some point of their career. I've been in and out of Guam with the military. Let me hear from you guys, especially all the people out here watching. Right now, you're seeing some video that has been sent to me over the course of the last hour and a half of fresh video on the backside of the eye wall of this storm system, which is still impacting both Tinian and Guam. Surge threat possibly increasing on the backside too, but from what I'm seeing reports here,
what was the surge ahead of it?
So this right here is a surge ahead of it. This is on so this was ahead of it during daylight. So It's 1 a.m. This was like that, and they were looking at a 7 to 10 foot based on the warnings from the National Weather Service out of Guam.
Oh my gosh.
The good news, the East Coast is very steep cliff faces, so the surge is usually not a big issue. The West Coast, though, that's when you start to kind of see that water. This is also some of those tin roofs I was talking about earlier.
Oh, man.
Kind of some of the initial damages and videos we're getting here.
Do you have any storm chaser friends over there?
No. So what happened was United, one of the main carriers out of there, and all the other airlines too, but I know United specifically, they stopped flights in and out of Saipan and Guam about 2 days ago.
Wow.
So it was Sunday evening was some of the last flights to get in there. So unfortunately, a lot of the chasers just can't make it into it. And on that note, too, outside of the people trying to rush to get into the storm, a lot of tourists are stuck there, too, because the flights just were Done.
Yeah, just you didn't even have time to try to book early and get out.
Yeah, so there's a lot of hotels and tourists, and actually I know of one video somebody sent me a video, I believe it's out of Guam, but I'm not sure because they just didn't really give me context. They just sent me a video, and it's from inside a hotel room where there is flooding on the floor and stuff, and so I'm not going to share that until I get more context with it, but just giving you an idea of,
Yeah.
There are tourists and people stuck in the hotel rooms here too, who are
Like
just
you said, though, thank goodness that they have such strong building codes. Like, this is why we can never relax our building codes. The second you do so, something bad's going to happen. Like, keep those building codes strong.
And it goes all the way back to somebody was mentioning on here, Karen and Pamela back in the 60s and 70s, who were super typhoons. Thousands of people died in those typhoons.
It's awful.
And after that, they were like, never again. Building codes in place, very strict now on all of these islands. You can't just show up and build a wooden house because they're like, and if you did, it's not going to last. 2018, same setup, Super Typhoon hit the same spot. 2015, 2 typhoons hit the same spot. So, like, it shows, like, I worry about the Florida East Coast.
Well, so do you remember, this would have been back in maybe 2015, because Irma was 16, I think. Florida went through a period 10 years without a landfall. And so after a whole decade, I know there was chit chat to really drop our building codes.
Yeah.
And then you had Irma, Michael, Ian, Milton, like just back to back. I'm missing. I think it really started with Helene. I think that was 16. But thank goodness, they didn't completely drop, because ever since after that, we enjoyed that 10-year pause here in Florida. But then just one after another every year. Well, not this past year. Thank goodness.
Not this past year.
Thank goodness.
Our graphics are not populating the wind warnings, but the backside of the eye wall now hitting Saipan, and I do want to point this out. So 115 miles per hour for the course of 3 hours is an extreme wind warning. I mean, you remember those were originally started in 2005 because of Katrina, right? They extended their extreme wind warning. There's still one in place for Saipan and Tinian, and I'm just going to read the warnings here, and because this is from the National Weather Service, just their verbatim. Anderson Air Force Base Doppler radar. I gotta pull up Anderson Air Force because the radar is down, but maybe the Anderson one is still working. Associated with the eye wall of Super Typhoon Sinlaku. The eye is passing over Tinian and Saipan. Super Typhoon Sinlaku is moving only towards the northwest at 5 miles per hour, but there are extremely dangerous winds that are returning on the back side of this storm.
That is too slow of movement.
That's it.
Oh, that's awful.
In all caps, this is an extremely dangerous and life-threatening situation. That's all caps on this warning, extreme wind warning from the National Weather Service out of Guam here. That's 115 miles per hour higher. Storm intensity, though, the latest warning from JTWC, 150 miles per hour. Looks like JMA has it a little bit lower at 145. Same. Doesn't really make a difference. This is what you were talking about earlier, Lee. Stay inside, away from windows. Don't venture outside. Just stay inside, please.
Stay inside. Yeah.
Yeah. My goodness. I wonder if we have I have one of these graphics that we always use during tornado coverage, but it is relevant here. Granted, you're on the back side of the storm, so if you have not been in your safe spot, what are you doing? But I see most people are hunkered down in like an interior room away from windows, just not venturing outside.
I got a bone to pick with that graphic.
All right, what is it?
That bathroom is not approved. It has an exterior wall.
It does. You know why you want to pick bathrooms?
Well,
outside of usually there's
that's an exterior wall.
Yeah, usually there's no windows in a bathroom, but also you like
it's a smaller room.
Smaller, and the plumbing
Okay, I say because usually I know you want to go small because then if a wall falls, it will catch on the other wall and you're under it instead of it coming down on you.
I didn't even think about that.
So that's why
we're learning.
That's why a hallway is good too, or a closet, because it will catch on itself before it catches you.
That yeah, I never really thought about that as well. One thing I always was told was like hug a toilet, because a toilet is like bolted to the ground and there are several pipes going into the ground. So it's like this extra layer of like, this is not going, like, you ever see like a tornado hit a house, the toilet is always still like good. And that's why people tell you to get into a bathtub as well, because it's like sheltered and it's basically
it's down in there.
Yeah. Once again, though, backside of the eye wall, we were talking about the infrastructure of these buildings are built for it, but the cars are not. Jojo sent me this photo just a few minutes ago. Just incredible images coming out of this. Lee, do you need to start getting ready for the noon here? You got about 15 minutes?
Yeah, at some point, whenever you clear me, I'm here to help until I can't help anymore.
Well,
I don't know how much I'm helping. You're the expert. I'm just here to chit-chat.
You're doing, actually, Carlos, let's read a couple comments so we can talk about this before you take off. Carlos says, yep, we hid in the bathroom and are now back in the hallway area. So Carlos, using our graphic. Good job, Carlos. Carlos, did you move because of the wind shift? Because I know throughout, it's been coming in from the north, and now we're starting to see it coming from the southwest. Let's see. Kyle says, I live in Northern Ireland, but my son is currently serving there as a missionary, trying to get all the news I can. So I hope your son is inside, and I hope that he's going to be there for the recovery afterwards. I'm sure all of those goodwill groups and everything are going to be out there helping people out. Tiffany just wrote, it's still going, it's taking its time, and I'm dreading the aftermath. It is
taking its time. That's so awful.
Right? I like, if this was moving at 20-30 miles per hour forward motion, you'd be done a long time ago. And you know what happened as well here, Lee? Like in the last 12 hours, right before this made landfall, it stopped. It was almost stationary.
That's horrifying. That's horrifying.
Yeah.
And so it was every tree, everything that's not really bolted to the ground has been taking a beating for so long, and it's so weak that direction. Now the winds are going to shift. It's so much easier on the backside to get trees to start falling because they're so weak from everything that's been coming its way, approaching. So now that you're on the backside, please be really careful, because everything's already weakened, and now it's going to take a beating again for a long time because it's moving so slowly. And
Tiffany just chimed in 4 minutes ago, so this is fresh. She said, watching from Saipan, thank you very much for choosing us for some of your coverage. We are hanging in there. Black skies, unforgiving winds on our end. The sound is something you never want to hear.
Oh, I just got goosebumps thinking about that.
Just because Lee and myself have been through these storms, we know what you're talking about. With that sound, everyone is different, but I'm getting it too.
Yeah, it's something like you don't wish it on anyone. I'm so sorry that you all are going through this. Please hang in there. You guys are doing a great job staying updated, staying informed, and yeah, we're thinking of you guys. I'm so sorry.
And I know it's 2 a.m. there, but no one's getting sleep there tonight.
No, as I'm kind of glad, because I want people to stay awake and alert in case, something happens and you need to move, or, at least just move rooms or something like that. Stay alert, stay awake.
Well, hopefully you're all being safe there, and we're going to get through this together. We're going to stay with you. Jackson, do you mind if we take a 5-minute break so I can just check and see if I got some new photos or videos or anything to chime on here? And Lee's going to take off and head to First Coast News at noon here on FCN Plus. If you want some local weather for Florida and Southeast Georgia, she's got your handle.
I'm thinking of you all going through this. So thank you, Robert, for continuing to cover it for them and keep them updated.
We'll probably be here. I'm gonna try to be here going. As long as we got the viewers here and we got the numbers and people are finding this information useful, we're gonna keep streaming. So we might still be here after your show. So
okay, sounds good. Well, then I'll check back in with you all. Stay safe.
All right, welcome back. It is currently, I know this says 11 a.m., but it is currently in Guam 2 o'clock in the morning. It is the middle of the night. Super Typhoon, actually now downgraded to a typhoon according to the National Weather Service out of Guam, JTWC. Still rated a violent typhoon according to JMA. You can see it right here. That's Japan Meteorological Agency. It's still a bad storm, guys. It being downgraded is not a take that you need to think that, okay, it's weaker now. This is still a very dangerous storm. Backside of it, continuing to impact Tinian and Saipan, an extreme wind warning has been issued by the National Weather Service out of Guam. They issue that when you have winds of 115 miles per hour or stronger over the course of 3 hours, and we're seeing it here with this right now. Just absolute monster of a storm system. First typhoon to make landfall in the United States in 2026, and also the second strongest typhoon in the month of April in the northern hemisphere. So that includes hurricanes, because we don't really get hurricanes in the month of April. So second strongest ever in the month of April, and also rated a top 5 at its peak. It's no longer there of some of the strongest storms on record. And it's like, this is broke records, but right now it is very much a real and ongoing situation for people there on the ground. I just want to read a comment on our Facebook feed, and this one really just, I got prayers going out for you. Let me find it here. So we got a couple people. John said, my family evacuated their home and is now at the Crown Plaza Hotel in Saipan. There has been no water or power for about 5 hours. I hope you're staying safe there. This one from Josie or Jose. And I hope you're, I replied to your comment on here, and there's not much you can do at this point, but it says, please let it be over. My family is in the car with me. Our doors broke. No roads, all are blocked. And unfortunately, I am humbled that you're watching this live broadcast here in such a dire situation. I don't know what to tell you outside. If you can move your car to a east facing, so the back downwind of a sturdy structure, if you can. I know you said the roads are blocked, but if there's any way you can do that, even if you have to drive in the yard and try to get to a spot where it is at least sheltered, if your home is damaged to the point where it's too dangerous, I would say stay inside the house, but you're on the ground and you're seeing what's happening. If there's any way you can move to a area where you are sheltered a little bit more, downwind, I would highly suggest trying to move if you can. There, Joyce or Jose. My goodness, that is scary stuff, and I'm humbled you're watching with us here. I see there's not a lot of live coverage going on with this storm system outside of us here, and current wind speed right now, 145 miles per hour. Rise, just asking there. According to JTWC, though, the latest, let me see, I just had it up here, down to 125 knots. So still, what's that in miles per hour? 100 it's still about 140, 145. So it's still there. It's still high on Cat 4. I mean, this is still a very, very serious storm system here. Just taking a couple more of your questions and comments here from everybody. Janice, watching from Arizona, praying for my family in Saipan. Thank you very much. Also bouncing over to YouTube where we are streaming. We have over 200 concurrent viewers right now on there. Not forgetting about you guys as well. Island Kid says, thanks, Robert. I can't sleep in these typhoons. And also relaying the fact that you went through Mawar, and I guarantee you're not the only person out here tonight not being able to sleep. Akira watching from Santa Rita, Guam. It's been pretty wild, no power for almost 24 hours. That's the other thing. If you notice the wind speed, the forward movement of this storm system, it is not going anywhere fast. It almost stalled out and stopped really just prior to moving on shore with that official landfall in Tinian just after midnight there. 2:01, so about 2 in the morning on Guam, still blowing hard at Andersen Air Force Base. As long as you stay inside, those Air Force bases, the buildings on the military bases are built for this. Core 1 in place, and also it's 2 in the morning. You're going to be fine. Just stay inside, hunker down. Currently on Saipan the Eye, above us for maybe 30 minutes, Kyle says. So just kind of confirming what we expected, that on Saipan and Tinian, you did go through the eye of this storm system. The winds were backed off for some time, about 30 minutes. That dome effect, actually had some people that sent me some images from inside of it where the winds were dropped off. That is past. You are now on the backside of it. Winds are starting to crank out of the south and west. And unfortunately, due to the slow movement of this storm system, typhoon strength conditions are going to be likely through morning up until about noontime. You're still going to be looking at these winds. Like, this is not going to end by sunrise. This is moving slow. It's 2 a.m. Sun's coming up in about 5-6 hours. It's not going to end. It's still an ongoing serious situation here with those winds. And even for Guam, I'm still seeing reports out of Guam saying the winds are not letting up there either. You still got some heavy rain bands running around the back side of the storm system through morning. You're still, even though you're not getting the direct impacts of this storm system, you're getting some backside influence. Now, the good news, I do see some drier intrusion that could help improve conditions a little bit out there in Guam, but it's not a lot. And if we take a look at the time frame here, now the time on the top, that is for our time where we're from here in Florida. I just want to remind you, think of it 12 hours off, though. That's the big thing. It's 12 plus 2. So this says 12 a.m. This is indicating 2 p.m. the next day. So think 12 p.m. pretty much. Yeah, and still you can see the tight pressure gradient here. So by noontime, we're still looking at rough conditions on Saipan and over here towards Tinian, which is right here. It's not until about Wednesday evening that we see conditions really improve, and even still kind of messy weather out here in Guam by Wednesday evening into the overnight hours here heading into Thursday morning. So it's not like this is a one and done. You know, it's already been cranking, as somebody mentioned, 24 hours so far. And it's not really until another 24 hours that you're going to be kind of out of the woods with this pulling off towards north. The good news, we are seeing some weakening, some, very little. It was at 175 miles per hour 24 hours ago in the inner core of this storm system, undergoing a bit of an eye wall replacement cycle. And now we're starting to see some slight weakening, but it's not a lot. The eye directly passing over Tinian and Saipan with the strongest storm to hit here since Typhoon U2 back in 2018. And conditions are not going to be improving until Wednesday night. Island Kid says, I lost power in Guam at 11 a.m. 11 a.m. Just curious, what are you doing how are you able to watch us? Did you charge your batteries ahead of time? Generator? Anything like that? I've been on power banks. Oh, answered my question right away. Highly recommended for everyone that can get hit by a typhoon, having one of these, even for if you're watching from Jacksonville and anywhere on the east coast of Florida or the Gulf Coast or anything like that, having a power bank goes a long way, especially one of those big ones. So if you're ever in a situation like this, like our friends in the Mariana Islands, our American citizens out here being impacted by this storm system, just mind you, having that power bank in the long duration event like this is a game changer with this. Let me read a couple more of the questions here on Facebook. But first, before I get to that, Jackson, do you mind us throwing up some of the videos we just got in? So we got some new video out of the Saipan. These are both out of Saipan here. Some of the impacts. Wow. This one's only a short clip. I forgot who sent this to me. I'm gonna make sure I give you your credit where credit is due. Daniel Cha, right? And this is not the first video I've seen like this. Daniel, thanks you very much for sending this in. It looks like he's at an apartment complex here. This is absolutely incredible. This one also sent in by, I have it right here. Ezis, just showing, it looks like a hotel or an apartment building. I think this is a hotel. Flooding taking place there. I see some people actually with sandbags on the rooms, but this is so. I've seen some people evacuating to the Crown Plaza, big hotel there. You see the door damage, the wind kind of buckling in on it there. Remember the doors, as we just seen what one of our friends here who's in their car, because he said the doors blew out. Doors are some of the first to go, and sometimes you just lean something heavy against them, might help out just a little bit. Let's go back to that flood video. Oh my goodness. Oh, this one's fine. This is from earlier on to the evening, the first eye walls that was pushing on through. A little fuzzy, but I mean, winds estimated up and over 130 miles per hour. Actually, we had an official report in Saipan of 130 mile per hour wind gust at the airport before the reports stopped. The anemometer, I'm sure, is broke, but this right here is showing you, yes, there is a bit of surge taking place. They said this is for specific, if you are in Saipan and you know the area, this is Ironwood Middle Road. Let me look up on Google Maps specifically so I can give you an idea. Ironwood Middle Road, just where this flooding's taking place. Let me see. So, okay, Ironwood Apartments. That's where I assume this is coming in from. All right, so that is on the West Coast. I'm going to zoom right in. Our map is a little fuzzy, but so Ironwood Apartments is right in kind of the main town area here on the west side of the island, just south of Chinatown, just north of San Jose on Saipan. So it's right about in here. Is where you're seeing that video out of, where you're getting some storm surge, severe flooding. Well, the apartments are a little bit inland, but I hope that's not surge, because that means a lot of the coastal areas are also being impacted quite significantly by this too. That's a big swath. That's some of the higher populated areas here in Guam, right on the low-lying areas on the west coast, that are seeing that surge right now. We did expect about 7 to 10 foot inundation, but that's scary stuff. And on top of that, several feet of rainfall. Now, if there is good news, the winds are blowing offshore at this time there in Saipan. So if there is some coastal inundation, hopefully that is pushing away from the coast. But can we go back to the video real fast? That is incredible stuff at the Ironwood Apartments Middle Road that we were just seeing the video out of here by Daniel Cha. Thank you very much for sending that in. If anybody else has some videos or photos or anything that you would like to share, please let me know. But this just gives you an idea of the very real and ongoing situation here in the Mariana Islands, 2:15 a.m. local time. And this is like, I want to put this out there for our politicians and people that might be watching, who are unaware of this going on. This is the United States. This is America. They are being impacted by this right now, currently here at 2 a.m. This is serious stuff, and this is why we have hundreds of people on this stream here at First Coast News, streaming on First Coast News on our social medias, on FCN Plus, watching along here from all over the world, but of course here in Guam, in the Mariana Islands, being impacted by this. Let's read up some of the questions or some of the comments we have here. And Kaimana, prayers to our friends in the Mariana Islands and family back in Guam. A lot of people have family out here, or military that might be stationed there. They actually, I experienced, this person saying it, I experienced Mawar coming back from Seattle. Mawar was no joke. Mawar was the big storm back in 2023 on Guam, knocked out power for weeks. And that storm, I remember, stripped about every tree on the island of vegetation, especially on the northern side of the island, closer to Anderson. It was absolutely incredible. Yeah, and I can only imagine, especially Mawar was a slow mover. This one also, another case of a very, very slow-moving storm system here. Janice, watching from Arizona, praying for a family in Saipan and all the islands being affected by it, excuse me. Yeah, May on here saying power has been out since yesterday. Family is huddled in the living room waiting for it to end. I'm happy that your family is together. I hope that in your living room you don't have any, if you can, even if your family is a big family and you have to cram into a closet, or if you feel more comfortable, if you're in a living room, taking the mattress from the bed, leaning it up against a wall or something like that so you get that extra layer just in case a window breaks. I'm happy that your family is huddled together there. If you are in Guam, not so much. I'm not sure if you're watching from Saipan or Tinian. I'm hearing the reports. I'm seeing these videos out of Saipan where we are seeing some window. Like, it may seem like a lot too to make those extra. Just I'm gonna grab a mattress and throw it on top of the family here. You could put the mattress back if nothing happens, but sometimes it takes that extra step just for that extra level of security. John on here, I already read out your comment about your family evacuating to the Crown Plaza Hotel in Saipan. No water, no power for 5 hours. That's pretty much everybody on the island. And I think that's going to be another issue after this is gone and passed, is that you're going to have the recovery. It's going to be some time picking up out here. The power is out. I am still hoping. I hear most from Joyce Deeg out here, who said that they're in their car and that the doors on their house have been blown off and that they're stuck, and they're just here in our comment section saying, please, please, please let it be over. That one, that comment, that's I hope you're safe. And like I said, Joyce, if you're able to watch now, if you're going in and out, maybe you're coming back. The biggest advice I can give you, if you cannot be inside your house because it is damaged, and you can move the car, first off, make sure you're not in a flooded area, my goodness, but try to move it to a downwind side of a strong structure. Even if it is your house, try to be downwind so you're not getting, because I mean, this is, and not to scare you, but the cars are definitely not the place you want to be right now. They're not bolted to the ground. This is a photo from JoJo sent in during the inner eye wall of this storm system, as the leading edge of it. And I say often, the houses, they're built for this. Doors can break, but the cars, the wind gets under them. And right now we have an extreme wind warning in place for Saipan and Tinian. On the back side of this, where 115 mile per hour winds or higher are being experienced, that can launch a car. So if you have to be in your car, understand you're doing what you need to do. You're there. You're the one that is having to make these choices and these decisions right now. Just saying, if you have to be, try to be downwind of somewhere that, downwind of a structure if you can. Even if it is just your home, if you can't go anywhere, just try to be downwind of one of those structures here. Yeah, let's see. I got somebody on here, Adobo Juicy. I think that's okay. That's the name of your handle here on YouTube. Hey, Robert, I'm currently in Guam right now. Very thankful Sinlaku wasn't a direct hit. It was a few days ago. Remember, like 4 or 5 days ago, we were expecting this in Guam. And I'm happy you all prepared in Guam. Thankfully, it did shift a little bit and wobbled towards north, but unfortunately, I wish it would have wobbled a lot further north. It's impacting our friends in Saipan and Tinian, but they said right here they remember the duration of Mawar last year. Similar setup here. Let's see.
New airport weather observation out of Saipan.
Oh yeah. Well, what the Saipan, we got new observations in.
Yeah, so 13 minutes ago, winds sustained out of the south, 49 knots, gusting to 85.
I see it. And a half-mile visibility. So what our director Jackson, just off screen here, just mentioned to me, we just got a new wind report. So it looks like the anemometer and the station's back up and working out of Saipan. 49 knots, so destructive winds, 50 knots is gusting to 85 knots. That's what's being reported at the airport, coming in from the southeast. heavy rainfall, obviously, and visibility down to a half mile. It's actually being recorded as fog here on the observation. So that's the latest report. I mean, this is why, they have the extreme wind warnings in place. But even on Guam, 64 knots being reported. That's a typhoon strength wind gust. It's not sustained. They got 41 gusting up to 64, which is just these rain bands on the south side of the storm system. I mean, those rain bands are wrapping around in Guam. It's not getting these, super typhoon type conditions, but you are getting these bands wrapping around. And you know what else is an issue with some of these bands is things like, of course, the heavy rain, the local thunderstorms, but also the threat of some tornadoes that can spin up the EF0, EF1 type stuff. There's these quick, fast-moving vortices. I personally seen them out there before on the water, and they just look like they're not your hurricane or your cat, or let me rephrase this. They're not your Central Plains type tornadoes, okay? You don't really see a funnel. They're just these quick little spinning vortices. They are darting as fast as the wind goes, so they're moving forward at 100 miles per hour with the vortice themselves. That can't happen in some of these bands, which is just one more point I want to illustrate and ring home to you guys that even in Guam, further towards the south, where you do have the tropical storm strength winds, we still have, these broader impacts that can still be felt out here. Just cycling through some of my graphics here. You know what? I think I'm going to try. I should have built up a couple more of these graphics specifically for Guam so I could change things up here. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to try to build some of those up real quick. Jackson, do you mind just mute my mic, and I'm just going to run through some of these real fast. And then we're going to come right back. Don't go anywhere, guys. We're going to be right here keeping you posted. Or if you mind, actually, can you just throw up some of the videos that we got here? This should only take me a moment.
natin nilagyan ng jacket dito sa likod.
Alin?
Dito na. Hindi natin nilagyan ng jacket dito sa likod.
Alin?
Look at the parking lot.
Just updated some graphics, wanted to get some new information here. And it looks like sustained winds on Saipan, 56, now gusting to 98 miles per hour. So 100 mile per hour winds on the backside of this storm system. It is still absolutely cranking. You were just seeing some videos being shared with us here. If you follow me at Robert Speta or on Facebook, that's probably the best places you could send me some videos. I'm trying my best to just share them out here. Or you can comment here on our First Coast News page if you're watching here on Facebook as well. Just comment some photos and we can grab it and throw it in here real fast. But 56 gusting to 98 miles per hour on Saipan. This is the backside of the storm. I do know we had 130 mile per hour wind gust earlier in the initial portion of the storm here. So how about the time frame? Now, you see the top, it says 12 p.m. Just mind you, think of 12 a.m. So we're 12 hours off. We're at technically 14. So it's 2:30 a.m. there right now. But just so you know, the time frame, we're going to work with what we got here. And watch as the hurricane force winds. This is from the graphic from the National Weather Service out of Guam. So just keep in mind, this is like the official forecast here. This is showing 2 p.m. on Wednesday. So Wednesday afternoon is when the hurricane strength or typhoon strength winds, Cat 1 winds, are not going to let off until about that time, into the afternoon hours. So you still have all morning here, unfortunately, on Tinian and Saipan, where they've been just absolutely raked by this storm system. You still have all morning. It's still going to be impacting you. Look at the tropical storm strength winds, though. Still through Wednesday afternoon. So this is going ahead to about 6 p.m., and it's not until about Wednesday evening that you start to see conditions improve to below tropical storm strength level in Guam. 150,000 people out here. I see you all in the comments watching the storm system. And it's not until, we go, like even here, look at this. This is still by Wednesday night, we're back down the tropical storm strength level. But by Wednesday night, you're still within kind of these gusty conditions out here. And I'm sure that your core 1 is still going to be in place. So at that point, like the damaging stuff will be over with about noontime here on Wednesday. But it's still just absolutely blowing out here, friends. And we take a look now. You can see our islands here, and this is just kind of a computer model showing you the backside of this storm system as it lifts off towards the north, and those winds trailing in behind it. All those areas in purple indicating sustained 45 miles per hour or higher. Above that is like tropical. That's damaging winds. Okay, so everywhere in purple is damaging winds here. Through Wednesday morning, it starts to let off a bit into Guam. And then you can see there for Saipan and Tinian, it's not until, this is showing Thursday night. Like, it's not until then that you start to see conditions improve for the northern portions of the Mariana Islands out here. So this storm it's got some punch to the pack here. And my goodness. We got 150 people on concurrent viewers on Facebook right now. Over 200 on YouTube. On FCN Plus, we're also streaming. If you download the First Coast News app, you can download that and you can get our live stream there as well as news and information and everything there. I'm terrible at promoting this stuff, but just if you want another way to get and watch these updates. I'm going to read through some of the comments on YouTube, okay? We're going to go through and just kind of talk about some of this because I know some of you are riding this storm out, and I'm humbled that you are choosing our stream here out of Florida to follow along. I noticed there's not a lot of active streams on this storm, and I also understand that it is 2:30 in the morning here, but I know none of you are getting any sleep tonight here as we monitor this storm system passing directly over the islands of Tinian and Saipan here. Let's get some questions in here. somebody just said, Dale there said backside will be for sure worse. Yeah, and it's not just the winds. I think the winds are higher on the front side, but the backside, the winds are wrapping around in the much more populated area on the west coast of a lot of these islands. A lot more lower to the ground. That makes no sense. Lower to sea level on the west coast as well. So yeah, the backside, and also on top of that, a lot of structures already damaged on the front side of the storm. So the backside, it's packing a punch. France is on here saying thankful to be able to watch this feed. I'm happy you are here as well. I know my voice can get annoying after a while, so just sometimes I'm going to take a break here, but I am happy you're here watching with us. I'm happy you're at least getting some sort of information on this storm system and following along. And I hope that there are people from around the world that maybe have some sort of influence on getting recovery in here quick, because this Northern Mariana Islands, part of the United States, and like FEMA, I'm sure, has already set up the military bases just towards the south. Going to need to get in there right away, and hopefully that we're doing our part to kind of help relay and get that information out, that they are currently experiencing a high-end Cat 4 right now with some serious damage. Dale said no one is restoring power anytime soon. Yeah, that ain't happening. I would love it to. Power's not coming on. If we look at U2 and Mawar, for example, it took weeks for power to recover. It's a miracle in its own sense that right now we have people live with us, sending us photos and videos out of these islands, and their communications are still available. For example, I'm just reading through here. You got SynFP out of Guam saying, like, just chiming in and saying wind and rain still ongoing there. Let's see. Somebody just said, no kidding, thought it was condition 4. No, we're in condition 1. I don't know. I'm sorry that you're angry on here. We're just relaying the information here, friend. I don't make the weather. Yeah, so any daylight videos of Saipan are from yesterday. Yeah, Dale, I understand that too. Right now it is 2:25 a.m. We're just getting a variety of different videos in. In fact, do you mind dropping up the one out of Daniel sent in? One of the newest ones out of the Ironwood Apartments area there. This is on the west coast, just south of Chinatown here on the west coast of Saipan. And this was taken after midnight. Seeing some inundation there, obviously flooding. This is not the only video I've seen out of this specific area. I've seen a couple different angles. Yeah, like, I don't know how else to put it there. I'm not sure if this is floodwaters or if this is surge. It is relatively close to the coast. Currently, the wind is blowing offshore, but yeah, do remember, we all know it's 2:30 in the morning, so any daylight videos you see are from earlier in the day, but we do have plenty of those that were taken of some of the surge that was taking place out ahead of this. Ab's saying helping friends and family out here. Yeah, and same with Debbie. My daughter is in Saipan. I hope your daughter is staying safe, staying inside, and riding this one out, because that's how people get hurt if they do start to venture out into the storm. Most buildings are built for this, especially given the building codes out here. I've never rode out a storm in Saipan, but I have in places like Okinawa with these super typhoons, and same kind of infrastructure and building codes as well, reinforced concrete. The minute you step outside, that's where you kind of end up putting yourself in a dangerous situation here. Adobo says, hey, Robert, I'm currently in Guam right now. Thankful for the stream. But in comparison to Mawar, the duration of this storm is insane. This one is, it's taken its time. Elb saying condition 4 is not going to be clear till Thursday. Yeah, I agree. Just from the graphic I showed you a second ago. So if you're not familiar, so in Guam and out here in Saipan, they have conditions of readiness. If you're part of the military and any military base, you probably know what T-cores are, tropical cyclone conditions of readiness. They have a very similar setup out here. So they go through this, and once you get to Core 1, it's pretty much you're inside. You're not allowed to leave. You don't go out into the storm. And they don't really drop that until we get back to a place where it's safe, where you get the all clear, and at the very least, tropical storm strength conditions. And you can see here in Guam, it's not until this would indicate Wednesday. This says 12:30, but it's about a 12-hour offset. So this is Wednesday night when you start to see tropical storm strength conditions lessen in Guam, and it's not going to be until Thursday that we start to see it back off a bit into Tinian and Saipan. So yeah, your core conditions are not going to get dropped here anytime soon. And anybody that is commenting here and saying they are, no, you're in it, and you're in it right now. Like, this is not letting off anytime soon. This is a slow moving storm, 5 miles per hour to the northwest, and it's this is going. Yeah, so yeah, it is taking its time with this. Yeah, somebody just said, I didn't think it was going to last this long. Yeah, you make sure you follow along with the National Weather Service. I've been posting stuff on my social media feeds for almost 2 weeks now, tracking this storm system. And one thing we were well aware of is that it was going to be a long duration event. Unfortunately, just so slow moving. And I see some people on here a little surprised by that. Unfortunately, when we say slow moving, and I get it, I've been in that situation where you're like, yeah, okay, but it'll probably be a couple hours. This situation, the core of the storms passed over Saipan in the course of like 3-4 hours, but the scope and the massiveness of this whole wind field extends out quite a range, and it only moving at 5 to 10 miles per hour means that the overall wind field, it's going to take some significant amount of time until it's over with. And unfortunately, even in the course of the last 4 hours we've been on this stream, it has only gone from the left side of the eye wall over the islands to the right side of the eye wall over the islands, and now the back side wrapping around here with it, and some major impacts still being had. Like I said, I've been showing this photo. If you got any photos and you want to post them on our live stream on Facebook, First Coast News, if you're watching on YouTube or on FCM Plus, if you're watching our live stream, you want to post some photos there if you can, please, and I'll try to put them in here, because Joe just sent this in, and this just is a clear indicator of when we're talking about the buildings are built for it, but the vehicles are not, and you do not want to be in a car. You don't want to venture out if you can help it. I did see one of our comments here earlier saying, they went to the car because their house was taking some serious damage, but just something I want you to keep in mind. Okay, so I'm going to read through some of the comments here. I'm trying to QC them, or QA them. So Verna saying, I imagine drinking water will be a need. Imagine drinking water will be a significant need for those, among other things. I've heard at some spots water is out, and I'm sure we're looking at some of this serious flooding that is going to be an issue too, especially in a small island like this. Hopefully they're going to be fine. I know that we have a lot of reservoirs and stuff, personal ones on the island. Hopefully people have that kind of, at least for some sort of potable water. Calm's on here saying, great job explaining the terms. I'm trying my best, because I understand we have a very big audience, not just people here in Saipan, and we have, of course, we're out of Jacksonville. See First Coast News right there in the top left. So we have a big crowd of people here too who are like, what's a typhoon? So I'm trying my best to explain the difference in these watches and warnings. What it boils down to right now, though, if you are in let's say you're in Florida and you're like, I don't understand some of these warnings. Boils down to, this is a Category 4 hurricane. We have hurricane warnings in place. We have extreme wind warnings in place for Saipan and Tinian, the Northern Mariana Islands here. We have tropical storm warnings in place for Guam. About 150,000 Americans, including military personnel out here, stationed on Guam in the Mariana Islands. Let me see what else we got going on here. I'm just gonna pull up some of the other warnings that they've put out. Obviously, coastal flood warnings due to the surge that is in place out here. In fact, they're saying for Saipan, 20 to 30 foot breaking waves. Yeah, I just heard our director off there saying, that high surf warning is in place till 6 p.m. on Thursday. 20 to 30 foot waves on the coast here. They're saying numerous roads are still going to be closed. Low-lying property, including homes, are being inundated, and we are already seeing that with video evidence coming out of this area. Some of you sending in some photos and videos here, and I truly appreciate it, because what you do when you send in these photos is just, it helps get out the information to people that may be watching and trying to get a good idea of, like, they got friends and family there, or they just want to know, what's happening out here with this storm system. So I truly appreciate you guys sending some of this stuff in. In fact, Thomas just sent in another fresh video here. Thomas, I hope you're not driving. I just got a video of somebody.
Lights and water flooded on the floor.
They just said water is flooded. They're saying solar. So that's one thing that's kind of interesting. So I just saw the comment here, and this is not the first time I've heard about it. Jackson, can you throw up one of the videos, the nighttime videos? Because this is something that I pointed out, and Saipan has, that I was kind of a little interested in the fact that they still have power. And I think that one of the things is, see these lights? A lot of these are solar powered lights. So a lot of street lights are solar powered. I didn't realize this until a few people have pointed it out. That's why the lights are still on, because the power is out. But this is something in Florida we could take note of, because the power is going out, but you still have the street lights, because a lot of these are solar powered. So. Right? I heard just Jackson off to the side here saying we need to take a page out of the yearbook. They get hit by so many storms, the lessons learned. I mean, you can see here, like, some of the lights. Of course, this is the Ironwood Apartments I was just talking about too, by the way, on the west coast of Saipan, seeing serious flooding there. I'm not sure if there's a surge or heavy rainfall, but serious flooding on the backside of the storm. But what I'm pointing out is the street lights all still running, because a lot of them are solar powered here. So Thomas, I hope you're not driving in this, but I appreciate you putting out the information here and sharing up. Just please be safe there. And I'll try to download that video at our next break so I can share it out to some more people. But if you have any photos or anything like that, yeah, like I said, if you can comment them on here, let me know here. But let's see a couple more of the comments. Kathy here 1 minute ago says, I'm watching from Guam. The wind is scary. Also have family in Saipan, praying that they are staying safe here. Thank you for jumping in, and I'm sure every little bit helps here, friends. Got some other people out of the Philippines, so just west of the Mariana Islands here. Also say they have family there as well. Lorraine's asking, when will power be restored? I'm sure they are working. They're going to be working hard. I can tell you with confidence, Lorraine, that they're not going to be able to start working on power until probably Friday morning, especially in Tinian and Saipan. Guam maybe by Thursday night. So that is the earliest that they will be able to get out there safely, unless you got a power crew that's really wants to go for it. Now, for Mawar, it took weeks. For you two, it was like over a month. In Saipan, they were down without power in spots. So I hope that's not the case. And I hope that, getting the word out that this storm is taking place, more resources will be allocated to help the recovery for part of the United States here. But from what I've seen in the past, we at least got 48 hours until it's safe enough to start trying to restore power. But it might be some time. before things do come back on. Jackson, you got any news here?
Yeah, I got a new airport observation from Saipan.
Ooh.
So for context, the airport's on the southern end of the island, and it sounds like it's picking up a bit. So winds, this was 7 minutes ago, winds 170, so out of the south, 61 knots sustained.
Whoa.
Gusting to 99.
There it is right there. Can they hear you? Do you have a mic on over there? Or,
Yeah, I'll put it on.
I mean, if yeah. So Jackson just off screen said 61 gusting to 99 knots, which is 114 miles per hour gust on the southern side of Saipan here, where the airport is. Is your mic on now?
Yeah, and so let's see, quarter mile visibility, and the remarks, the automated weather system needs maintenance.
Yeah.
I think that goes without saying.
And that doesn't surprise me because the reports were gone for a little while. So you know what's happening. So here's the latest satellite, and this is delayed probably by about 20 minutes. So the eye wall, which is these dark colors right there, are moving on shore, and the wind in the Saipan's airport's right there. So they're the backside of the inner core of the eye wall is churning on there in Saipan, and yeah, 114 mile per hour winds right now being seen out there right now, Jackson.
Yeah, what's interesting, you mentioned this earlier, just in this airport observation, they don't have any precipitation listed. They're listing it as fog right now. They had listed light rain earlier, so probably a bit of that dry air looks like maybe over the airport. But...
Well, from somebody that, yeah, it could be. Somebody that worked at airports for a while, I do know the fog, it's going to be listed when visibility drops below a half mile. So with the visibility that low and the wind that high, you know what's probably happening? This is wild, but the wind is blowing so hard on the automated station that the tipping bucket is not recording any rainfall.
Oh, goodness.
But the visibility is reduced, so that tells me that there is blowing rain there. So if they're not reporting rain, I guarantee it's probably because the wind is just blowing so hard that the station is just not recording rain. Because it's not going down, it's going across the tipping bucket. That would be my guess based on what you're saying right now. A tipping bucket is the thing that we use to measure rainfall from automated weather stations out here. Wild stuff. You got anything else here, Jackson?
Yeah, I want to pull up Anderson Air Force Base weather observation real quick.
All right. While I'm going to try to pull up... let me see if I got any other graphics here. I can see if I can pull up the Anderson one.
So actually, yeah, they just, you said you worked at airports, so you know what a specie is. They issued one about 5 minutes ago out of Guam, and this is Anderson Air Force Base. So wind 250, that's out of the west, 46 knots, gusting to 68 knots. And
what's Anderson's code?
PGUM.
Gum. Yeah. Okay. Let's see. Okay, I got it. All right. So this should be Anderson's report right here. Yeah, 53 gusting to 78 miles per hour. So, just kind of shows you you still got 78 is typhoon or hurricane equivalent winds. So this is out of Saipan, a little bit further towards the north. There's Anderson on the island of Guam, where you are not getting impacted by Cat 4 winds, but you are still very much seeing destructive conditions out there further towards the south. And for those of you that are just unfamiliar with the locations here, let's do a quick run through. So we got Saipan, which is currently getting the eye wall of this. Tinian, which officially made landfall over the first tropical system to make landfall in 2026 anywhere in the United States, or in the northern hemisphere for that matter. I have to double check that. I wonder, do we have any Yeah, the first in anywhere in the northern hemisphere. I was thinking if we have any cyclones in the Indian Ocean, but I don't think so. And then Guam right here, Anderson is located right there, and you can see they're kind of the edges of those colder cloud tops right through here, Jackson.
Yeah, and I was trying to see earlier if Tinian had any airport reporting, and I didn't see. So this is going to really expose me as an aviation person. So METAR, which is meteorological, basically a weather report for an airport. They don't have any of those, but they have a TAF, so an airport forecast at a Tinian. They last updated that 5 hours ago, and that was at 1400 to 1500 Greenwich Mean Time. So about an hour ago, having wind gusts forecasted of 110 knots.
That's our friends out of the National. Was that's for Guam or for Anderson?
That is so for Tinian.
Tinian. Okay, so then that would probably be wrote by our National Weather Service friends out of Guam, who are double timing it. They have only like 3-4 people there, and they also do the media coverage on the islands too. And the fact that they're writing TAFs as well. Woof, they are staying busy. Jackson, I'm gonna read through some of the comments real quick here. Getting a lot of thanks for us covering this, by the way. And I know we got hundreds of people on multiple platforms watching right now, but it is humbling that you all are choosing to watch this update here with us on this storm system. Follow along with First Coast News if you can. We will cover hurricanes as well.
Up to 300 real time on YouTube right now, so thank you very much.
So Luciana is saying, thank you, Robert, for reporting for us mainlanders. She's in Idaho, but probably when saying it that way, I assume you got friends back there and family. We have Enzo watching from Saipan. This is scary just hearing these comments here. The wind sounds like a bunch of people screaming right now.
Oh, jeez.
That is terrifying. K-Ray, prayers up for the Marianas. We are YouTube tested and proven. YouTube was a storm back in 2018 that absolutely wrecked the islands, and you guys got through that one, and you're going to be able to get through this one. Just stay in your safe place, please, until this is passed, and we'll get on the back side of this. Angie, watching from South Carolina. My daughter and her husband are stationed at Anderson Air Force Base in Guam, and I feel you. This is that's Saipan. Current winds at Anderson right now, gusting up to 78 miles per hour. Here's the deal, Angie, and I've said this a few times. I know I'm repeating myself. Especially all these islands, all the buildings here, most of them, but on the military bases, 100%, they are built for this. So as long as your husband and watching, not your husband, your daughter and her husband. I'm sorry, I'm just reading through these. I'll get this right there, Angie. But your daughter, as long as she's inside, in their house or wherever they need to be, away from windows, they're going to be just fine. Okay, these buildings are built for it, as long as they're just staying smart and riding this one out. And I hope that you reiterated to them, like, just don't go outside with this. Jocelyn says, talking to family, winds are picking up there. Kathy says, I'm watching from Guam. This was 11 minutes ago. The wind is so scary. To all our friends and family in Saipan, stay safe. We're praying for you out there as well. We got comments here on YouTube as well there, Jackson?
Yeah, I got one. Said we missed Rota Airport, so I apologize for that. So PGRO. Don't have any current weather observations from that airport in the past 6 hours, but we do have a TAF. So again, this is a forecast. A forecast that's about 6 hours old, and the effective time for this forecast was about 2 hours ago. But wind out of the west, due west, 50 knots, gusting to 70 knots. And heavy rain.
And that's one reason why I haven't shown Rhoda either. Not that we're ignoring you. It's just the fact that you don't have any reports. And I'm not seeing a lot of people actually comment from Rhoda on here. We got a lot of people out of Saipan and Tinian and Guam, but I'm not seeing many people from Rhoda. Of course, not a big population there, but it is still a tourist area. And I know I know some people that are from there, but that's Rhoda. That's the small island right in the middle. They are closer than Guam and currently experiencing the kind of left side of the storm system. One reason why we're probably not getting a lot of people on here in the stream, because the power and communication is probably knocked out in Rhoda. It's a smaller infrastructure than these other islands here, and they may just be in a black hole right now. And unfortunately, even here in 2026, with the improvement of communication, Starlink and everything, sometimes you get storms like this hitting these islands, and you just they're without communication until somebody gets a satellite phone or you get power restored into those areas here. Thankfully, with Starlink and satellite communications, it's improved. We're not where we were 20 years ago, but unfortunately, it does get knocked out. But if that person's asking, maybe they are from Rhoda. I don't know. You said they were on YouTube there. Maybe they are watching from Rhoda. And if they are, thank you for jumping on here. All right. So let's see. Okay. Sorry.
Looks like we got another one. This is actually the same person who commented about Rhoda. I work up at Anderson. Base is ordered lockdown and all is ordered to stay in. Buildings are secure. Don't worry. And that's pretty typical. You talked about earlier, the military takes care of their folks, and especially with the building codes on Guam being so robust. We know that you guys, as long as you're hunkered down, you're well taken care of.
Yeah, and they're in the condition of readiness of T-Core 1 from the military. Jasam says parents live on Saipan on Capitol Hill, so a little bit higher elevation. And they said the wind is blowing, sounds is more booming sounds and even shaking their concrete home. Yeah, those booming sounds also might be transformers going as well, which it sounds just like thunder off in the distance. I'm not seeing any lightning really. I know this was pretty active with lightning about 24 hours ago, but it could be also down trees. Sometimes you hear those pops. It's transformer going or it's a tree falling, which almost sounds like thunder too, especially if it's very close. It's just like pop, boom. Yeah, it's scary stuff. Antoinette saying, "Oh my God, this is too much." I'm in Saipan, and I hear you, friend. I do. This storm is not going fast, 5 miles per hour. And you see here, it's not until now 12 hours off, mind you, because we're on the East Coast of the United States here with our graphics. So this says 1:30 a.m. Wednesday. So this would be about 1:30, about noon on Thursday. Is that right? No. This is noon on Wednesday, excuse me. So there's about 2-3 in the afternoon, actually, that Tinian and Saipan are going to start to see the typhoon or hurricane we have listed here. They're the same. Winds back off. And then the damaging winds, it's in blue, but it's actually orange. That's not going to end. That's 50 knots or greater until we get ahead into Wednesday night. So I'm sorry. I wish I could say that the storm's picking up pace and it's moving and it's going, but it's taking its time, and this is not going to end anytime soon out here, unfortunately. And we're only on the backside of the eye wall right now. Jackson,
it's kind of a situation that reminds me loosely of Hurricane Harvey back in 2017 over South Texas.
Yeah,
it made landfall over South Texas and then just stalled out. And you saw all the flooding as a result of that. If I get a chance, I'll go back to the panel and pull up our flooding video that we got. But
oh yeah,
I feel like the more this kind of stalls over the islands, I know it's more mountainous than we have, in Florida and South Texas certainly, but flooding a huge concern.
Yeah, and you say mountainous, but it's like 1 or 2 big hills, and it's more of a plateau here in Saipan and Tinian than mountains. It's big cliffs and big flat, but outside of that, the thing is, it's like this hill in the middle of a very flat plain because the ocean. So there's very little to slow down these winds that are think of it in Florida. If it's just the Florida Keys, I think, is the closest direct kind of comparison. The only thing Keys has is that you don't really have so much here in Saipan is the storm surge threat. It's not like the entire island gets flooded, but we are seeing some coastal flooding already. And as you mentioned, though, due to the slow nature of this, I mean, we're seeing millimeters, 4 to 5, 10 to 15 inches of rain, nearing 2 feet. Possible coming out of this. So flood threat still very real and ongoing, even as this pulls away. Let me see this. Let's read a couple more of the comments. Lorraine on here is saying Chamorro, we are one. Chamorro, of course, the local culture here on Guam and the Mariana Islands. That's what they're called, is the Chamorros. Hafa a day for everyone out there, and I hope you are staying safe out there. When is it going to end? It's so scary. In San Antonio, Saipan. So let's go through this graphic one more time, and I like this one because it gives you a good idea of just the official forecast. So if you're in Saipan, not until Wednesday. This is showing 10:30 p.m. So Wednesday midday, we see the hurricane strength winds end. And then as we scroll forward, the damaging winds are not going to be ending in Saipan until about Wednesday evening. And then the tropical storm strength winds are not going to end there until about Thursday afternoon. Guam, this is showing overnight Wednesday night into Thursday morning. It starts to improve there for you. But for Saipan, due to the slow nature and just the absolute massiveness of this storm system, it's not ending anytime soon out here. So, Anna, sorry for the bad news, but just giving you a general idea of where this is going. Gloria says, thank you for showing this. We have a son and his family in Saipan. News doesn't seem to be talking about it here. Well, you know what? You're following the wrong news. First Coast News has you here. And you know what? We call ourselves Hurricane Central, and we cover tropical systems, but we try to cover them all anywhere that's impacting out here in the Atlantic. And of course, we have the Mariana Islands, which are part of the United States here. We're going to cover these as well as just any other storm. So I'm happy that you are finding it's useful, and I hope that your family is staying safe here. Jackson, you got anything?
It seems to really be picking up on the southern end of Saipan now. I'm just reading the latest weather observation from the airport out there. So now 170, so out of the south, same direction, 66 knots, 101 gusting.
There you go. That's 101 gusting knots, right?
Right.
So quick conversion, 116 miles per hour out of the south. Sustained winds. Now, this is something, to put this in perspective, we have not seen this in Jacksonville, Florida, where we're broadcasting from, of course, here, since Hurricane Dora, and that is sustained winds at Cat 1 strength.
Well, sustained winds on the surface, too.
On the surface, yeah. And that's at the airport, which the airport is near the coast, but it's not on the coast. I'm sure some of those elevated areas along the East Coast are probably getting sustained higher than that. Sustained means 2 minutes of 76 mile per hour Cat 1 winds here. Great catch here. How's our friends in Anderson doing? Are they still at 77 miles? So they're getting gusts the Cat 1.
Right, yeah. Oof. I saw them. Yeah, visibility half statute mile. Now they're reporting rain. And, you know, this is probably more for the weather geek side of us, but pressure readings, altimeter 2913. So standard pressure is 2992. And that's hectopascals, I believe,
or millibars. I wonder what it is in millibars.
Yeah, that would be probably somewhere in the 950.
Is that on Saipan 2913?
No, this is Guam.
Do we have a pressure reading on Saipan?
No.
Oh,
they do not have their.
If Tinian and Saipan had a pressure reading, oh my goodness, that would be remarkable. I'm going to read through a couple more of these questions, these comments here. Now, Beverly, same deal. We have so many people who have friends and family in Saipan, maybe stationed there, who are very grateful, Jackson, about our coverage here today. And I'm happy that we're able to help along here, because there's just a lot of people from overseas who just have these connections here with this storm system. So there are a lot of people on here saying thanks for covering it and helping those people back home, being aware and safe, and or being aware of what's happening here with the storm system. And I'm reading that on YouTube, on Facebook, going back to YouTube. Our wind speed numbers are wrong. Please check JTWC. They are not wrong, Brenda. They are in miles per hour. JTWC does knots. So, for example, we have 100 and so I do my due diligence there, friend. But also it says violent typhoon because JMA numbers too. But so 125 not okay. It has been upgraded. It has been downgraded a little bit. But this may, I think I'm getting my feed from JMA, which is the Japan Meteorological Agency, which is still an official agency here in the Western Pacific. It's more than just JTWC. No, but this is right. 125 knots. So yeah, no, I'm right. So no, Brenda, this is the correct numbers. 125 knots. That is nautical miles per hour. So if you're checking JTWC, the Joint Typhoon Warning Center, they are designed part of the U.S. Navy, so they do knots because nautical. You do a quick conversion though. 145 miles per hour. Our information on here is correct.
We haven't gotten a new update from NWS Guam as of their last one was about 2 hours ago, and they still had max sustained winds of 145 miles an hour.
Yeah. Okay. So so that makes sense. Do they still have an extreme wind warning in place?
Let me check.
Jessica on here saying this shouldn't be called a typhoon. It should be called a super monster. So, Jessica, just as Jackson's checking the extreme wind warning, I do want to reiterate. So, at one point, this was a Cat 5. It is still a super. No, I think it's been downgraded from a super. It's 125 knots. Super typhoon is 130 knots. So it's not that. But at one point, it was a Cat 5, a super typhoon, and you can see right here, violent. That's the JMA, the Japan Meteorological Agency nomenclature for it. So this sounds like hype, but I promise you, this is the technical definition of this name of the storm. It is a Cat 5 violent super typhoon. So you don't need to make up names. That's the name of this. You got anything there, Jackson?
Yeah, so this is Saipan extreme wind warning in effect until 5 a.m. local time. So that's about 2 hours from now.
Yeah.
And let me go over to Tinian. Tinian, same thing, extreme wind warning until 5 a.m. local time. Guam has a coastal flood warning until 5 a.m. High surf warning until 6 p.m. That is actually a coastal flood warning until April the 16th at 5 a.m. for Guam.
So,
and then
I wish our data would get fed in here for the warnings. Unfortunately, it's not, but thank you for rating all those out. So you got still the extreme wind warnings in place for a few more hours out here on those islands. Let me see if I can.
We still have typhoon warning in effect for Saipan until 6:45 a.m. local time. That same time for Tinian, and Guam has a typhoon watch until 6:45 a.m.
Oh, here we go. Okay, I got a little data there. I'm just trying to pull up. I got some data. What's this? That's probably for the typhoon watch. Yeah, tropical storm warning. But where's the data for the rest of the islands here? My goodness, this is frustrating, but it is what it is. There's still, of course, the extreme wind warning. By the way, extreme wind warning definition, 115 miles per hour or higher over the course of 3 hours. So when we say this extreme wind warning, it's like another level on top of the typhoon warning or hurricane warning. Because we had the extreme wind warnings. The last one I remember very personally was when I was chasing Milton. That was out there in the Panhandle, and Hurricane Milton hit Florida, and we had an extreme wind warning that extended all the way out towards Waycross. You remember, well inland, we had downed trees and power lines and power outages 100 miles inland because of the extreme wind warning. It's basically it's like a 50-mile wide tornado warning. That's the way you look at it. So when you like Saipan and Tinian are under a just more or less a big old tornado warning at this point.
And that's kind of the language that they use, at least in the United States, when they issue these. A lot of the times when you read the language of an extreme wind warning, they'll say winds, carry the damage potential of tornadoes.
I just see, and speaking of, the United States, Colin says, people are saying it's coming to the USA. Well, first off, I don't know if you're misunderstanding this here or not, but this is the United States. The Mariana Islands are part of the United States. It's Puerto Rico, same deal. This is part of our territories out here. They have a governor. They're all citizens and everything. But there is, eventually, this actually could have an influence. And we'll pull back the broader picture. Here, this can have an influence on Alaska. It's going to get run out there towards the Aleutian Islands. But then it's also going to cause a little snap in the jet stream, which is going to create possibly some severe thunderstorms as a side effect downstream. Because you think, when I say snap, I mean, like, if you remember, you take a rope or a hose or something, you do that. Remember, as you're a kid, I don't know what you do, or, people work out at the gym, you have the ropes and all that. It causes these bends, and you can see right there that energy goes into the jet stream. Look at these ups and downs. Look at this. Up, down. So this storm's not gonna run out to California, okay? That's not happening. But the energy gets inputted into the atmosphere, and it is gonna create some severe weather down the road. But in the more near term, just reminding you, this is the first official landfall of any tropical system in the United States in 2026. The Mariana Islands, Tinian, is part of the U.S., and the recovery is going to be, I'm sure, U.S. military coming out of Guam. FEMA is already staged and is going to be sending out here. Like, this is a very real situation. And if you're watching from anywhere in the United States here, just remind you that these are your fellow countrymen being impacted by this storm system out here. Jackson, you got anything, any new reports or comments or anything?
Have a couple. So inches of mercury, that's what I was reading out
earlier
for the altimeter readings. So yeah, we have a comment here. 29.92 inches of mercury. That's standard altimeter reading at airports. So that is basically a reference for airplanes to use when they're setting their altimeters to set it at the correct pressure. So Guam, at the latest airport weather observation I was reading, was 29.13, and I did the conversion, and that's 986 millibars. And you see on the map just how far south of the eye wall that is. So you can only imagine that pressure reading towards the middle.
Whew, yeah. It's too bad we don't have too bad that none of the storm chasers were able to get out there. And when I say the storm chasers, there's a gaggle of storm chasers, some of the best in the world who go into all these storms. The problem is the airports were shut down about 2 days ahead of the storm, so they just weren't able to get to it. But usually, like, you always think of storm chasers in the United States, like there's these people with cameras and they run around and like, but a lot of the ones out here in the Western Pacific, they function as official readings in these data sparse areas. And if they had them, if we were out there, they were out there, they probably would have the barometer and measuring some probably record-breaking drops in pressure here. If you are somebody you have a barometer at home, maybe you'll put a ship's barometer on the wall. Comment on here. Let us hear what your pressure readings are, if you have that. I know not everybody does. It's a very niche thing, but I don't know. If you live in Saipan, you probably have some sort of nautical connections. You might have a ship's barometer there. Let's see. Candace saying the Candace out of Saipan, I believe. This typhoon is way stronger than Typhoon U2 and Typhoon Sotalar. 3:14 a.m. in Saipan. Thank you very much, Candace, for jumping on here. And let me know how you're doing. Where are you in your home? I know that sounds like a creepy question, but I want to know, like, are you inside? Are you away from windows? Are you in your safe spot here? Let me know, because definitely, like, and also it is a testament to your infrastructure that you still have communications. You're able to talk to us here. Antonio says Guam still feeling the devastating winds. That's their words. And as you mentioned, what are our wind reports right now in Guam? Anderson, I think we're still gusting at typhoon strength or hurricane strength. There we go. Yeah, 76 miles per hour.
And I was just looking up the one in Saipan, and their wind reading at the airport actually went down. So no current wind reading. This was about 10 minutes ago. Visibility 1/4 statute mile, and in the remarks section they just say wind.
that, I guess that gets the point across.
Right.
Wind. Lorraine, I do want to mention, and I'm just going to point this out. Lorraine's asking, where are we broadcasting from? So, First Coast News right here. We're out of Jacksonville, Florida. But personally, I have been covering typhoons for almost 2 decades now. I was stationed out there with the military, of course, and I also worked on TV in Tokyo for pretty much all of my 20s. I've chased, personally, I've chased typhoons across Japan, the Philippines, Taiwan. I've been to Guam. I've never chased a storm there in the Guam and Saipan, but I've been there a few times. So that's why I kind of have the local knowledge here and everything. It's just now, though, I live here, of course, in Florida, closer to family and friends, but still doing my best to cover these storms for you out here. So, Lorraine, just answering your question, you're probably curious. So, how do I have this local knowledge and impacts and everything from this? It's part of my background and everything, and I know it's a big impactor out here. And hopefully, the stream's helping out. I see we have hundreds of people on here watching. So, just kind of answering your question there. Kindly reshare what to expect next for some of us that aren't aware from Saipan. So what's coming up? I'm going to walk through this here, Jackson. Let's just kind of walk through the forecast. And then maybe we could throw up some video after we get done with that, if that's okay. Unless you got something else you're kind of looking at right now.
No, that sounds good to me.
All right, so let's walk through the forecast right now and what we can expect next. When is this going to end? That's the number one question on all of the feeds I'm seeing right now. When is this going to end? Well, not anytime soon, unfortunately. It is only moving towards northwest at a slow snail's pace at 5 miles per hour. And we have an absolute massive wind field on this. Like, for example, Saipan and Tinian, it is passing over right now, but Guam is still seeing hurricane strength gust or typhoon strength of 76 miles per hour. Saipan currently 76 mile per hour sustained, but as Jackson was just mentioning, looks like our station there went down. Last time we had a report in, it was well over 100 mile per hour gust coming in from the south. Anderson, currently, as of right now, seeing winds gusting at 77 miles per hour, winds sustained at 53. Tropical storm strength destructive winds, gusting to Category 1 equivalent hurricanes at Anderson at this moment. Let's pull back the picture, and you can kind of see right here, end to end, this is still 300-400 miles or 200 to 300 miles across, but behind the eye, look at the tail here. They still got 200 miles of back end to kind of wrap around on this storm system. Right now, the southern areas in the Mariana Islands, including Guam, kind of seeing the back end, the west side of this storm system. It is moving towards the northwest. The further north it goes, the quicker it's going to pick up the pace. But as it does so, it's going to start to go extra tropical or start to get some dry air, and it should start to weaken, but it's not moving away fast. Remember, when we're looking at these time frames, think 12 hours off because we are on the East Coast in Florida here covering the storm here with you. So this says 12:30 p.m. Think Thursday morning, 12:30 a.m. It's technically 2:30, but I'm just trying to keep it simple here for you. So this would be 2:30 a.m. on Thursday. That's about the time we start to see the heaviest low rain finally back off in Tinian and Saipan. You see this moves off towards the north. We still have the tail and gusty conditions on the back side of it, but it's not going fast. This is a much better graphic, though. The orange is indicating damaging winds. Just remember the color codes off a little bit here. So hurricane strength or Typhoon Cat 1 strength winds are not going to end 12 hours off. So this is Wednesday at 1:30 a.m. That would be Wednesday afternoon here in Guam. So right now it is currently 3:20 a.m. It is not going to get better on those islands, at least down below hurricane strength or typhoon strength. Remember, they're both the same, 74 miles per hour, same storm, same type of storm, until Wednesday afternoon. But damaging winds still could be sticking around with these gusts up in over 50 miles per hour until we get ahead into Wednesday night. Meanwhile, we look further towards the south, and you can see the extent of the tropical storm strength winds. It's not until Wednesday night that you start to see winds below tropical storm strength, and that's when you'll start to maybe come out of the cores, T-core and a condition of readiness in Guam, not until Wednesday night, maybe Thursday morning, when they are able to get crews out there during the daylight and just kind of scope things out. So be prepared, even like all day Wednesday, be prepared to just be inside. And I know it's been a long duration event already. For a lot of people on Guam, power went down 24 hours ago. And I'm sitting here telling you it's going to be another 24 hours before things start to, I know, I understand the frustration. It is a slow moving, large storm system. And it's not going to improve anytime soon. So you still got some time. The good news, it has weakened a little bit. We're down to typhoon strength. So we're no longer a technical super typhoon, but still a category 4 on the Saffir-Simpson scale. So if we were talking about the Atlantic, it's well within a major hurricane. Super typhoon is 130 knots or higher. I think we're at 125 knots or 145 miles per hour. I think it's 148 miles per hour. It's a super typhoon. So we're just below that. One of the main reasons it went through an eye wall replacement cycle, kind of weakened a little bit, but the wind field expanded out of it. Eye has passed directly over Tinian, technically, not Saipan, but now we're seeing the eye wall on the backside of it. The strongest typhoon to hit that island, though, since U2 back in 2018. And like I said, the conditions won't improve until Wednesday night out here with this storm system. So it is an ongoing, serious event still taking place. And with that said, can we throw up some of the videos we've had here? Because, and when I say serious, I'm talking about like some of these images we got here. Daniel sending in this image out of the Ironwood neighborhood in Saipan. Serious flooding. I'm not sure. I still have to, I think we're going to take a break here in a minute. I'm going to try to confirm what's happening here. If this is, obviously it's flooding, but is it from rain or surge? The winds are blowing offshore in that area. So if it's from surge, it should start to, but the point is we're seeing first floor flooding. And a lot of these homes along the coast there in some of those communities just south of Chinatown in the Ironwood neighborhood on Saipan. Meanwhile, this is some images from the eye wall. It's kind of hard to see, but this person's taking they're not outside, obviously, so that's good. But you can kind of see the trees. You see some light debris getting blown around. This is when winds are well sustained over 100 miles per hour when this was taken. And remember, like debris getting launched into the air. The wind's not going to hurt you. It's the stuff that's flying around in the wind that is going to cause some serious damage. This is from a hotel, I believe. They're starting to see some flooding in some of these hotels. Now, this isn't surge related. What's probably happening is the wind is blowing through the doors, through the windows there. With the wind blowing that hard, I've been in those situations where it's bubbling up out of the windows. And it eventually does cause some flooding, serious flooding we're starting to see here. So, and also you've seen right there the door kind of ajar. Doors, and especially garage doors, some of the weakest points in any building. So that's the first stuff to go. And we had somebody on here, I haven't seen their comments here in some time. They were saying, please, they actually said they had to leave their house and jump in their car because of the fact that the doors on their home were blown off. I haven't heard from them in a minute. I hope that they made it to a safe place. I really do hope so. But my goodness, Jestonia says we're in Guam now. The wind is still extremely strong. Will it persist for the next 24 hours? I think in Guam, noontime, you're really going to start to see tropical storm strength conditions back off. So you still got, I wouldn't say 24 hours, next 12 hours. Saipan, 24 hours. Further towards the north, it's going to start to improve out there for you. But really, this right here is showing you some of the worst of the weather here in the Mariana Islands and how they are being impacted out here right now. On the backside of this eye wall still taking place. Jackson, I think we're going to take, it's 1:25 right now, 3:25 a.m. in the morning. Do you want to take like a little break here? Maybe we can come back in like in 15, 20 minutes or?
Yeah, maybe
30? Yeah, so we'll come back around in about 30 minutes, but I'm going to put this on a loop. These graphics, these wind reports and everything, and we're going to stay here with you guys. at the very least, just kind of give you some of the latest information here, the latest wind reports of what's happening with this storm system as it continues to roll across Guam and Saipan. I see a lot of people having conversations in the comment sections, though, and yeah, just continue to keep that up. Continue to talk to each other. I see a lot of people just helping out their neighbors and just continuing their best to keep each other informed as this once a super typhoon, but still a Category 4 storm rose over Saipan, Tinian, and the island of Guam. First landfalling storm system in the United States here in 2026. I'll be back here in just a few minutes, though. We're going to continue to keep you posted. Hi there, friends. I'm meteorologist Robert Speta. Welcome back with our continued and ongoing coverage of what was once Super Typhoon. It has been downgraded to a typhoon, but still rated violent by the JMA, the Japan Meteorological Agency. This is a storm passing over the United States. Yeah, it is the Northern Mariana Islands of Guam and Tinian. It took a direct landfall from this. Power's been out for over 24 hours in a lot of these areas. We continue to see impacts over towards Guam. Tropical storm strength winds continuing to be felt there, and still very much an ongoing system. I got our meteorologist Lee Southwick here with me, and we're going to talk about this and walk through, answer some of your questions. We have some very just serious comments on here, Lee, that I've been seeing here as well from our social media feeds.
Yeah, absolutely. I was checking in with some friends who have family over there, and one of my friends says that her mom and sister are riding it out in Guam right now where they don't have power, but they do still have water. However, she has family. I don't want to get this wrong. Let me check this here. Okay, so yes, she has family in the outer island of Saipan. So we've been covering Saipan, and they are very nervous to hear from their family. There are obviously no communication with family in Saipan, but her family in Guam at least has running water, no power, but still able to communicate. So she was grateful.
Well, that's a plus that they still have the water.
Yeah.
Power can be restored. Water is definitely very important. And I have seen the water actually cut in some of the places further towards the north into Tinian and Saipan at this time. And some of the comments we're seeing here, it's still ongoing. Check this out, though, Lee. This is current conditions. Now, this hasn't been updated in a few minutes. I think we lost the anemometer out of Saipan.
Because it's so bad.
Yeah, we were at 76. We were gusting up near 130.
Wow.
Yeah. I was saying the last time we had this in Jacksonville was, we have to go back to Dora. We had winds as high in the 60s. This is out of Anderson Air Force Base, so a lot of military know this one. 54 gusting to 79. So typhoon strength or hurricane strength gust at this time.
My goodness gracious. Yeah, I mean, and they've been dealing with this for so long. Like, this is moving so slowly, still only crawling at 5 miles an hour. And so to have experienced conditions like this for so long is so awful. It really takes puts a beating on infrastructure there. We've talked about how the building codes are better in Guam, but still you've shown pictures of cars being thrown around, tossed around like toys. The trees. We'll have to watch, obviously, power. There are those cars. So this was sent into you by someone watching our stream?
Yeah, watching our stream, this one as well as this one here, just showing the tin roof. Like, the concrete part of the house is fine, but that tin roof getting ripped off, and we've heard about that a few times here as well.
Yeah.
And this looks like it was taken yesterday before the height of the storm. It's still daylight. Currently, it is 4 a.m. There in Guam and the Mariana Islands.
And then, we are now concerned if people do need to move and get out, you're dealing with those floodwaters now. And we were talking about how dangerous it is to walk through floodwaters. Obviously, if people have to move, they have to move. But if there's a way to stay out of that water, that's the best case scenario, because it does become life-threatening when you are wading through those waters. It's already life-threatening enough, but obviously waters can have electrical currents, but also debris that can hurt you. It can cause a cut on your leg, and then you think of all the nasty things in the water, and that can just become deadly. So this is a very scary situation.
Is Jackson in here still? Yeah. Can you throw up the flood video we had from earlier, just on the note of what Lee's talking about here? And this is from just a few hours ago. We had this from the Ironwood neighborhood of Saipan here, sent in by Daniel. And I've seen multiple angles of this, and this is what we're talking about.
And we just got a comment, too, from someone on Facebook watching from Saipan. And someone just said Rita says the winds became stronger in the south side of Saipan.
Oh,
the winds became stronger.
Because that's the back side of this is wrapping around, and that's why we're talking about the anemometer. We think we lost it there because the winds were gusting 130, 140. So the back side and the southern side, in the southwest, especially on the west coast, maybe worse than the front side of this storm system here. And I've seen somebody just actually comment, are we in the outer eye wall? And I'm just like, yeah, actually, let's see if the radar is back up. So the radar went down. We were talking about this earlier. And I did get during our little break here, I was able to see some of the official stuff that was put out by the National Weather Service. They said they manually took it down.
Just try to protect it?
Yes. Exactly.
Wow.
So as maintenance and kind of like the wind was so high, you have that rotating ball up there. They're like, you know what? And like you imagine it's spinning.
Yeah.
Like that's how radars work. They were like, this is too much. We're taking this down. Just
Wow.
because the winds were too high out there.
Have
at
you
the
heard of
National
that
Weather Service.
happening in continental United States? I have not heard of that.
Maybe it's a resource allocation. Maybe they're just like, hey, if we lose this radar, we've lost the radar.
That's true. The one radar. Yeah. Well, but
So in the United States, you have gaps. So if we lose it in Jackson, we have Valdosta, we have down south, like towards Titusville, Tampa, they got the radars. So when they're down, the Guam could be out for months. So they're just like, you know what? We're taking it down, and then manually they shut it off. Jackson, I see you come over here in the hot seat. You got Jackson behind the his voice is talking here. What do you got for us?
The voice of God. Well, you think about like the distances involved too with Guam and all the military assets there, naval and air force. That's the one weather radar really in that North Central Pacific region. So if that goes down, all of those ships and planes don't really have a whole lot. I did want to bring up, so we're talking about the Saipan Airport weather observation. This was, let's see, about 15 minutes ago. Still no wind reading out of there. Still 1/4 statute mile visibility. They're measuring fog at this moment, and it just looks like a whole bunch of systems are going down. So I'm reading their remarks. Sea level pressure not available. We talked about that earlier. Precipitation reading not available, and thunderstorm conditions. So their lightning detector is also down right now, which lightning not a major concern, but still, this is a pretty robust system that's taking a beating right now in Saipan.
And really quick, could I just interrupt?
Yeah, go ahead.
I just want to let you know, we're down on Facebook. Our live stream just went down on Facebook.
Okay, good to know.
So, all right.
We had a lot of viewers. Just wanted to get that out there so we can get back to them.
Is it just shut off, or is it just
it just said the live stream ended. So I wonder if we hit a time limit. I know sometimes
maybe
there's time limits on that.
We
had a lot of viewers. So.
Still streaming on YouTube here.
Right.
So,
we're not going anywhere for you on YouTube, but we had so many on Facebook. I want to make sure we get back to them as well.
I'm just commenting on here. Just follow the page. So if anybody's watching on Facebook, I'm just commenting that our stream ended.
And we will be right back. But yeah, it's really cool to hear the perspective from you and Jackson with both of your military experiences and how obviously important it is over in this area of the world too. And that's such great perspective about, well, I mean, a radar is always important, but especially important to that area too.
And also just remember, it's so remote, and the resources, it is part of the United States, but the resources are still not as abundant as you would have in Miami. So right now, as he was talking about, this is what I was going to tell you, the airport that you're getting those winds at is that spot right there. That's in southern areas of Saipan. Okay. So you can see where the eye wall is wrapping back in around and coming in from the south, a due south wind on some of these. And I believe easily you see these winds of 145 miles per hour estimated. I bet you they're at least seeing some of those gusts.
Yeah.
There's nothing to slow it down. As soon as it comes on shore, it's hitting those coastal areas. And we are seeing just these wild winds come out of this. So yeah, we're going to be back up in just a second on Facebook, but I just did mention that we are still streaming on YouTube, excuse me. And let's see, Dale saying it's moving slow. It's because it's moving into a front that is going to turn it and push it north. Sort of, Dale. The front towards the north is hooking it. I think the high pressure ridge towards the west is kind of keeping it on the slow side. That front actually should eventually get it to pick up its speed, but it's a good point on the meteorological side of things. Island Kid out of Anderson, and now we're talking about the official wind reports. Let's get it from him, though, the perspective. The comment section here on our YouTube saying the wind is cranking up at Anderson. This is just from a few minutes ago. Area not good. This storm seems like it's going to be a 2 to 3 day event, and already you're at a 24-hour event.
Yeah.
Another 12 hours at the very least at Anderson. Still could be seeing tropical storm strength.
Oh my gosh, it's just so much to go through. It's still, just moving at 5 miles an hour, just crawling. Unfortunately, you never want to see any sort of tropical system crawl, but when you have a typhoon like this with sustained winds of 145 miles an hour, at this point still just creeping along slowly. Oh, this is a great graphic, that wind field, showing you where you'll see wind speeds of 40 miles an hour, and then 72 what is the damaging wind threshold?
50 knots.
50.
And also remind you that orange is that's blue. That's the same. And one other thing, just quick, while I'll walk through this here with you, Lee, is the time frame is in our time here on the East Coast. We're in Florida, but just think 12 hours. So it's easy fix. It's technically 14, but 12. So this would be Tuesday 5:30. This would be indicating Wednesday 5:30 a.m. 7:30 a.m. But it's Wednesday morning.
Close enough, yeah.
Just 12 hours off. So just think that a.m. is a p.m. But yeah, that I'm gonna try to share out our stream here one more time. But yeah, just showing you the tropical storm strength winds, the extent of it, how far south that is. So even in Guam by Wednesday morning. Here you're still seeing kind of these winds continue and the kick through. And so I don't think it's gonna be till Wednesday afternoon. Even in the Guam, you start to finally see some improvements.
Yeah, and maybe if we can just pull up our satellite again, just to keep eyes on what's happening, what we can see through satellite coverage too, only because the timestamp. There we go. Okay, so you'll see there, like it's not moving, but you can see how the eye has started to move away, and now obviously moving away is a good thing, all things considered, but it's bad that the winds are picking up again now on the back end of this. So you get those southerly winds hitting the islands, and we receive so many comments about how the wind is picking up again, and there are already so many trees and other things that are already weakened from experiencing the storm so long on the front end, that now on the back end it's just going to take a second beating, and that is where you can see a lot more trees come down, or if there are any weaker structures, that's actually a higher risk of them falling now as it comes from the other side and just gives it a punch from behind. You'll see some of those things fall as well. Obviously, we've been watching for roofs to rip off, the tin roofs. We've seen cars fly, any sort of loose objects that were out there, they're gone. Like if anyone left a lightweight chair outside, it's gone. Yeah. I don't know where you're gonna find it.
I do apologize to our Facebook audience. It looks like our system that runs our live streams kicked us off of Facebook. But if you know somebody who is watching us on Facebook, get the word out. Get them on YouTube and on First Coast News Plus. Because unfortunately, we can't get that stream back up on Facebook. But what I'm going to do is make a post on our page to get you guys over to the other.
Can we restart a new stream on Facebook?
It would start the stream all over again.
We
would have to take the stream completely down.
We have to take it down.
Yeah. Okay. So we won't do that, unfortunately.
Okay.
That's all right. I'm just going to take a second and just try to inform everybody that was watching on Facebook here that we're on YouTube and
Absolutely.
And
so you can also see the photo there that's pulled up too. This is this was sent in by someone who's watching. Oh, and and so no, you're good. You're good. I know you're working hard. So here's that, like the satellite loop of its movement over the past several hours. It is obviously a monster storm. It is huge. It is trying to pull away, but it's not being super successful. It is crawling slowly, 5 miles an hour. I mean, it is really just slowing down. So we've gotten some reports out of different areas. Obviously Saipan a little bit worse there than what we're hearing in Guam. But Guam without power, and it's still scary. Still got the winds and the rain. So we're going to keep checking back in for updates from everyone too. And again, if you are watching on YouTube, please make sure to send us your questions or your comments. In fact, I'm going to pull up YouTube right now too, just to keep an eye on everything, since I was watching Facebook for comments, and Robert's doing a good job at YouTube.
Yeah, just trying to inform everybody that where we're streaming at now.
Yeah, no, that's important. I feel bad. So many people were.
Yeah, we had a good 150, but we do have a bigger audience on YouTube too. So a lot of people can come in there. Not everybody's on Facebook, but I'm just letting the people on Facebook know that that's where you can go to follow along and just get some of the latest information. So yeah, so some people are actually asking, how about the bigger picture? Capital letters, Okinawa, Japan, where is this going? If we take a look at the broader picture, let's take a look at the track. So here's the good news, and we're talking about, the seriousness of this in Tinian and Saipan and how you guys are seeing still the backside of the storm system, power outages, all of that. The good news is that as this moves towards the north, it is moving slow. I get it. But the Northern Mariana Islands, all these dots here just north where the track goes over, are mostly unpopulated. And then if we look at the broader picture, it's going to move south of the Ogasawara Islands. The Ogasawara Islands, including like Iwo Jima, very famous island there, especially for American audiences. You've all heard about that. But Haha and Chichijima, Mother and Father Island, home to about 10,000 Japanese. That it's staying south of there too, staying well south of Honshu, Okinawa, east of the Philippines. So it really, actually, the Aleutian Islands might be the next area that's kind of indirectly impacted by this storm. And it could even cause some long-range kind of disruption in the jet stream further off towards the north and east, just because of this kind of putting some energy in here. And this storm indirectly actually could have some influence on severe weather in the southeast in about a week's time, just because it's so powerful and it's adding so much energy into the jet stream out here. So just kind of some people are asking about the broader picture of things and just giving you an idea real quick where this is. Of course, this is where the day starts in the United States. It is currently 4:18 a.m. in Guam and Saipan, 2:18 p.m. where we're broadcasting from out of Jacksonville, Florida here. And we know that we have a lot of military connections out here. We have a lot of friends and family in the Mariana Islands. And we also, from what we've seen, we are probably one of the only news organizations live streaming typhoon coverage here for you outside of some of the local media there on the island. So we're happy and we're humbled that so many of you are jumping on here and watching here with us, Lee.
Yeah, and we're thinking of you all too. I mean, if there's anything that we can do to help, ask us your questions, please send them our way. We want to be able to help you and try to bring some sort of, I don't know how you have peace of mind at all when going through this, but if there's anything we can do to answer your questions or anything like that, please, again, use the comment feature on YouTube. Send them our way. Let's see what we got here too.
I'm trying to get a new airport weather observation for Saipan. We haven't had a new one yet, but they did issue a TAF about 30 minutes ago. So that's a terminal aerodrome forecast. And this is a forecast for 7 o'clock Greenwich Mean Time, so about 45 minutes from now. They're expecting winds out of the south, 65 knots, gusting to 90.
That's up there.
Yeah. Again, like I can't like put into words the fact that you've all have been going through this for so long, and then you're still experiencing gusts to 90 at this point too. Like, this is so slow moving as it moves to the northwest at 5 miles an hour. I see a lot of people comment. Sorry, go ahead.
Oh, I was gonna say a lot of people are commenting, trying to get some rest. I did see somebody say stacked furniture.
Okay.
Especially on doors. We did have a very chilling comment earlier, and I'll just kind of reiterate. Earlier we had somebody who said their doors were all blown out on their house, and they ran out to the car, and I was like, God, I don't know if that's the best
because with that picture with the cars.
So I haven't heard from them since, but I told them that the only advice I had was, if you have to be in the car, try to be downwind of a structure. But better to be inside that's anchored to the ground. Being in a car is the last place you want to be right now. We had Sam on here, just said, I'm watching from Saipan. My house survived Sodalor and U2. This one is worse than both. That Sodalor in 2015, U2 in 2018. This one is worse than both. Of what's left of our roof slamming against our walls with every gust. We need help after. And Sam, I do hope at least one thing with this stream and the reach we're getting on it right now is that the powers that be might be watching, and just kind of seeing and reading your comments and understanding that this is a catastrophic storm you are currently experiencing on your small island out here in the Pacific Ocean.
It makes me sad even just seeing the people talking about the noise of just the wind, how it's creepy, how it's waking them up, how it's deafening, but then to hear the noise of damage of like what they said, what's left of their roof hitting the walls with every gust, that is so scary.
Jackson, can we throw up some video? Unless you got some reports. I see you're working over there at the mic. Let's throw up some videos and just show people like around the world, and also people that might be watching for their friends and families back here on the island, and they just are kind of curious, what does it look like? Because we have some flood videos. We actually have a fresh one of a electric pole on fire. It looks like a transformer blew.
Oh, no.
It was a little bit earlier on the day, but this is one reason why the people are saying power has been out in Guam almost 24 hours now. This is it right here.
Whoa.
Right?
That, like the whole thing.
That's actually, this one's out of Rota. So this is that small island between Tinian and Guam, but just giving you, the whole thing on fire right there. It just transformer probably blew, and that's what happened. This is out of the Ironwood neighborhood on Saipan.
Oh, look at all that water.
Now, the thing is, this is only like a block away from the coast, but I'm not sure if this is surge inundation or flooding. I can't confirm either way.
Right.
One comes from the sky, one comes from the coast. If it is surge inundation, at least the good news is that the water is being pushed offshore at this time because the winds are coming in from the south and east. So this is on the west coast.
A little bit of silver lining there. That's nice.
Yeah, I'm trying to stay positive here. It's slow moving, but the wind is at least blowing offshore from those neighborhoods. So that surge should be going down a little bit.
So surge getting better, but obviously you're still getting rain on top of already insanely saturated areas. You're still getting wind in areas that have already taken quite a beating. I do see a question here that says, how long is it projected to stay this bad? And I mean, it's still going to be bad for a while because it's so slow moving. It should be getting a little bit better each and every minute as it tries to move away. It's just moving so slowly that it's going to feel like a very long time.
Yeah, it's probably not going to be until for Guam, and I've seen somebody's commenting out of Guam saying, what about us? We're still getting the gust, and I get it. For Guam, you're probably still going to see conditions like this until noontime local. And then for Saipan and Tinian, these tropical storm strength, conditions where it's not safe to go outside Wednesday night to Thursday morning.
So we're talking, this is as it moves away. So tropical storm force strength winds. It's not, the absolutely destructive winds when you think about the wind speeds. However, when you remember how everything's already weakened, that can still create damage. It can cause things to fall down. We don't want you outside. We don't want trees to fall down on you, or we don't want objects that are loose to then blow off a roof or, another structure if it got stuck up there and blow off and hit you. So it's still unsafe through
that would
Thursday.
Be about 7 p.m., 8 p.m. on Thursday, that tropical storm strength. And then you think the winds calm down, but there's going to be a lot of damage. So power lines are down. I know for the military, they have to wait for T-Core all clear, which is basically they go out and they say, okay, you can go outside but it may not be until Friday that you safely can just be moving about. Right,
because everyone wants to get out quickly and clean up, and you should wait.
It's wait until those winds do back off. I worry that all the trees on the island are going to be de-leafed here. We've seen that in Mawar. This is similar, not only because of the winds, but the duration of the event. And power crews probably are not going to be able to get out there until Friday morning when the light comes up.
And I like the silver lining. Okay, it's getting better, but I don't want you all watching to not be serious about what's coming next. It's a different battle, all part of the same war, but it can be so dangerous after a storm passes too. And unfortunately, you can have the same amount, if not more, deaths after a storm because of things like people are outside cleaning up and something falls. What's wrong?
Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
Oh no, you're just scaring me.
I'm just reading a comment.
I thought you got really bad news.
Well, kind of. We're getting these comments, and it occasionally our comments on our social medias hit. They personally hit.
Right.
Like Juliana here just said, we live in Tinian, of course, the island there where this passed directly over. Said it blew out our bedroom window in my wife's room, and I had to run to the bathroom. Thanks goodness we didn't get hurt. So they were the window just apparently blew out.
Which is why we were saying earlier, don't stand by the windows.
Yeah.
We appreciate the videos, but it's not worth your health and your safety.
My goodness. Yeah, bathroom I'll throw up our graphic again here, the shelter one.
Yeah, the staying in an interior room. So bathrooms, if they don't have an external wall work, hallways, closets, any of those small rooms in the inside of a building
It says tornado, just mind you, but it's the same deal we're talking about.
Yeah. And we already talked earlier, in case you're tuning in now, we don't like bathroom on this because bathroom does have an exterior wall, so that actually wouldn't really count for your safe room. Inside that hallway, that closet, those count because they don't have an exterior wall, no windows, no ability to build a window to the outside world. That's where you want to be.
And if you want to take extra measures too, and I've seen some comments in here talking about it, if you do want to grab the mattress out of that bedroom, throw it it's gonna get messy. Is not where mattresses go, but throw it in the hallway, throw it in the bathroom, somewhere where it adds a little extra layer there for you, so you can get behind something. So let's say the window does blow out. You have that. If God forbid the roof falls off or collapses, you have that extra layer. A mattress is a very thick layer that can get you that just extra little layer of protection. And if you're worried about this right now, you're in an area where you're like, I feel like the windows are going to blow out. Stop watching us. Go for a second. Go grab that mattress. Throw it on top of your family or something and get under there and just wait for the storm to pass. It's an extra layer that you can get through. Somebody just said the tub is also the safest place with a mattress.
Yeah, as long as it doesn't have an exterior wall. Yes. And also, if you're going to grab a mattress, pillow, whatever you can, safely. Don't leave unless it's safe. If you can also, now is the time to make sure you have other items like a pair of sturdy shoes. Because when this ends, you need to be wearing sturdy shoes to be able to even walk outside and assess what's going on. Make sure that you have your water nearby. Hopefully you have all your supplies already, but make sure that go bag that you have is with you, because things that are needed in go bag, we always recommend like a whistle in case you need to whistle for help. Goodness forbid something collapses. You have working gloves so you can safely pick up items and move things around if you need. And then just don't leave your safe spot right now if it's not safe. If you hear if it sounds to you like the roof's about to come off or a wall's about to cave in, please don't leave. But if you feel like you're in a comfortable, safe spot and you can go get some items like that mattress and maybe just a pair of sturdy shoes, go for it. Go grab it. Grab some water. You're going to need to be staying hydrated too in the coming days when there's no water or no power. Like even in Guam, there's no power right now. That's what I was getting at earlier, where it gets really dangerous. You can overheat easily, you can dehydrate yourself easily as you're going through the cleanup process. So already the objects out there, the debris, that's dangerous enough, but then the weather, the calm weather, because it's hot and you have no way to really help keep yourself cool or hydrated, that can become extremely dangerous to your body as well.
That's some of those things people don't think about. It's just after the fact, this is going to be a slow recovery, and just pace yourself, friends.
And even improper generator use.
Yeah.
Please make sure you're using your generators properly, or they can be so dangerous.
That's one of the things is always and I did see this ahead of the storm. A lot of people saying that there was a big run on generators, like the Home Depot generators were sold out. Some of the stores out there. It's so a lot of people first time using these. Maybe they worried after Mawar. Just remember, make sure it's in a properly ventilated area. Generators, I'll never forget, there was a big typhoon out here. It was cyclone. It was a cyclone in Australia, and I remember this one specifically because it was like a Cat 5 hit the Brisbane area, and there was no deaths, but then there was one death after the storm because of a generator. And that
carbon monoxide poisoning?
Yep, because of carbon monoxide
Because it can do that. Either you have to make sure that it's outside. You can't even have it in your garage unless it's ventilated. And also if they can cause explosions or fires too if you don't let it cool down properly when you're refueling it, and that can obviously lead to deaths too. So I feel I don't want to keep scaring you all. You all are going through something so awful. We're just asking you to please be careful after the fact too. If you can rest, recover. Unfortunately, the road is long ahead.
Yeah, And talking about the near term, I mean, even just the fact that this is moving once again at 5 miles per hour, a lot of people are asking when's this going to end. Like I said, for Guam, the good news, I mean, there might be a light at the end of the tunnel. I'm seeing some dry air wrap around the backside of it. The pressure gradient is still there, but maybe you kind of see some blue scooping through there, the southern end of the island. We're expecting this morning things to start to improve. Maybe by noontime, it'll be improving more so for you to the point where you might be able to just relax a little bit. Unfortunately, not only the fact that it's moving past the Mariana Islands from east to west, but you see how it's kind of churning north. So it's almost making like this churn. So it's even taking longer to get through here.
Yeah.
So the winds are going to start ripping in from the backside it's just, that's making it extra long in the area here with the forecast. Jackson, I see you sitting over there. Do you have anything that you have any information to share?
Well, I kind of just wanted to reiterate what you guys have been talking about with the precautions about the winds. So this is from the National Weather Service about an hour and a half ago. This is the latest update they have. Extreme wind warning still in effect for Saipan and Tinian until 5 a.m., so about another 30 minutes. If you've lived in the mainland United States, treat this like a tornado warning. That's basically what this is. I'm going to read this from the bulletin. Surface observations indicated gusts of 116 miles per hour associated with the eastern eye wall of Typhoon Sinlaku, as winds have shifted to the south across Tinian and Saipan, which is what we've seen just from our latest airport observations. So this was about an hour and a half ago. They said it's moving northwest at about 6 miles per hour. And in all caps, this is an extremely dangerous and life-threatening situation. And we talked a little bit about some of the precautions, taking a mattress into your safe room with you, taking a sturdy pair of shoes for afterwards. Something that National Weather Service is saying as well, something to cover your head. If you have helmets, if you have something sturdy that you can put above your head. It sounds silly, but if you've lived in tornado country, pots and pans can be very good for covering your head. So that's
right.
What
Yeah,
we
if
have.
You don't have the mattress, because the mattress is supposed to cover your head. But yeah, that's what we also said, pillow, like something smaller. But a helmet, pots and pans, absolutely. And helmet of any type, like a bike helmet, motorcycle helmet, football helmet, like whatever it may be, just something to cover your head and protect your head. That's the most important. Blankets, even if you can bunch up and bundle up blankets or a comforter, that's like some good padding too.
Just replying to some of these questions here. Yeah, let's see.
Yeah, I'm just seeing a lot of, comments about the wind, how scary it is.
Which I imagine is probably one of the biggest things to kind of take away from this is I hear a lot of people it's this continued howl of the wind. I think most people on this stream and everybody in this room has been through that where it's this very distinctive loud noise, and the problem is it's not ending anytime soon. It's really just still ongoing here. And if we've seen already the widespread power outages, of course, so the power is down. One thing I did notice, and I've only learned this just today, is a lot of the lights out there in Saipan. So we've been showing these videos out of here where there's still lights on. That's because they're solar powered. So we were talking earlier, Florida needs to take a page out of the book of Saipan and Guam here, because a lot of their street lights are solar powered. So when the lights went off and the power went down, you could still see outside because it's still running.
The message from my friend, she mentioned that too, because they had it in Guam, and unfortunately that's what they lost. The solar lights.
Oh no.
Which is so unfortunate.
Okay.
But you're absolutely right that we here we need to take a note out from them and those solar power lights. Absolutely.
Somebody just wrote freight train sound, you'll never forget it. Yep.
No.
That's it. We hear you here. If you're watching on our YouTube channel, that's where we're reading some of the comments from. If you want to comment, let us know where you're watching from. Let us just comment. You don't have to be shy. Just say, hey, I'm watching from here. This is why I'm watching. If you're actually in a storm, do you have family there or anything like that? Just a look at some of the video from overnight here inside the eye wall. These are all from Saipan, except one is from Rhoda. But all of these just showing you the inner core of this storm. And this is from before the peak of it. We have seen some severe flooding. We've seen significant damage down power lines, down trees. Just some of the reports that some of you, this is all from you guys too, your viewers, that you're sending this in to us. Just kind of keeping up and informed on the stream out here, Lee. Yeah. Lee, are you still doing good? I know you were going to just be in here for about 30 minutes.
Yep, and Lou is on the way very shortly to trade out with me, so he's going to help you with the stream too.
All right, fantastic. Yeah, we're just trading in and out here. I'm staying on the stream because
he is the main anchor.
Well, it's kind of my idea, and I've been covering typhoons in the Western Pacific for almost 20 years now.
We're very lucky to have you here to help with all the expertise, especially on this side of the world over here.
What I do say for fellow Mets is if you want to have practice covering tropical systems, this is it. It's April, and this was actually a few questions. People said, is this unusual? It's April. And I'm like, this is actually not even the strongest typhoon ever in the month of April in this area.
That's so, yeah.
So they happen.
Right on cue. Lewis Turner is here. So I'm going to trade out. But I'm still thinking of you guys, and I'm still watching, and I can be back.
Thank you, Lee.
All right. Thank you.
So our chief meteorologist here at First Coast News, Lewis Turner's jumping in here right now. Thank you, Lee. We're just continuing the coverage here. We're on the back side. Just to recap, while we're doing a little change out here, we are continuing to cover our violent typhoon was Super Typhoon up until just a few hours ago, Sinlaku. It is now passed over the Mariana Islands, specifically Tinian, and made landfall here about 3 hours ago, and now we have the backside of the eye wall. This is marking the first official landfall in the United States, and some people have been, when's it going to hit the United States? This is part of the United States out here. The Mariana Islands and Guam are U.S. territory. Think of Puerto Rico. About 200,000 people live here. We have a lot of people on comments on here on YouTube. We were streaming on Facebook, but the stream stopped there. So if you move from Facebook over to YouTube, thank you very much. You can also follow us on FCN Plus, firstcoastnews.com, if you want to follow there, if you feel more comfortable watching in one of those platforms. But very violent and still dangerous typhoon. Widespread power outages for about 24 hours now. We're still looking at some serious flooding in some of these areas here, and damaging winds still being reported, especially on Saipan. In fact, this is our latest wind report out of Saipan, still at 76 miles per hour sustained, maybe even higher than that. I think we lost our anemometer. It's been going up and down. Let me bring in Lewis Turner, though. Lou's been covering it with me here. Lou, you got any?
Just been watching, and I wanted to talk, as the eye is now crossed over, and hopefully, here in the next 8 to 10, 12 hours, we're getting improvements. We get to see the other side. And of course, then the cleanup recovery begins. But I wanted to talk, doing a little reading and thinking about how this can relate, because it all relates, how this storm can be foreshadowing and relate to what we may experience for our hurricane season. And, big picture stuff here. But, for the last 6-7 years, we've been dealing with pretty strong La Nina conditions here in this part of the world, meaning, the sea surface temperatures on this part of the Pacific have been pooling up very, very warm. So the water temperatures that this storm's fed off of became so strong are near 90.
Yeah.
In this part of the world.
Mm-hmm.
Now, with the oscillation, and of course we know El Nino, La Nina, these are oscillations. This is Pacific water. Think about, if you were to fill a bathtub with water on a micro scale, right? And you were to move your hand from one side of the bathtub to the other, and then you do it again, and then you do it again. And what happens is you're going to get a little bit of a kind of a wave oscillating from one side of the tub to the other. Now, on a huge macro scale, that's essentially what happens in the Pacific. That warm pool that's a little further western pack will eventually kind of migrate back towards East Pac. And there's theory, Mets looking at this now, could this typhoon actually serve as almost exacerbating that oscillation of warm current back closer to, Central and South America, where we would generally see in the El Nino. So again, forecast El Nino for us this hurricane season is supposed to be a generational one, that quote unquote super, or as our friend from Colorado State referred to it, the Tyrannosaurus.
The Jurassic El Nino.
Jurassic.
Yes.
I thought he said
It could be a T-Rex works as well.
The T-Rex of El Nino. And so what does that mean for hurricane season, and which we've gone over ad nauseum. So, I won't go too much into it, but generally speaking, a strong El Nino makes it difficult for hurricanes to really develop because of stability, because of shear in the tropical Atlantic and the Caribbean. So we watch that. We don't, put our guard down, because as we know, if one does develop, those sea surface temperatures in the Atlantic and the Caribbean are going to be extraordinarily warm again this hurricane season. That's not changing.
Yeah.
We're still going to have that warm pool to drive energy. So despite the storm that does survive the shear and does survive stability and gets itself going, creating its own almost micro environment to feed itself, that engine could be very, very strong and still could provide some really devastating impacts along the east coast of the United States. All that to be said, this storm feeding on those extremely warm Pacific waters that could ultimately kind of push its way over.
And I was just over in the Philippines like 2 weeks ago. So I was at the Philippine Met Conference talking to some of the smartest meteorologists out there in the Eastern Hemisphere. And
it's good you were part of that, because you're one of them.
Oh, I was
as far as that hemisphere is concerned.
I was honored to be invited, and
That's
actually
cool.
did a talk there and everything with them. But one of the things that some of the doctors, that they did like their hurricane season outlook, and they said the same deal, especially for them, including us, is that the less named storms this season, but more of this. And that was like the big theme, is like you may not get the amount of named storms you've gotten in years past because of the El Nino, but when it gets through the shear and it gets through kind of those initial conditions, it's going to have the energy available. And that's what we've seen here, is that even this early in the season, already had a super typhoon out here in the Western Pacific. And unfortunately, maybe in the Atlantic too, if you get past that shear, the water temps are still warm. And all it does is take one. I mean, what is it? With the example you used?
Andrew and Matthew.
That's it.
An example. So now with this map, keep it here, and we won't see Mila anymore in the southern hemisphere, because that's gone.
Oh yeah, that's gone.
Okay, that's gone.
That's technically Mila is, see that cloud cover off of far north Queensland?
Okay.
That's what's left of it.
But I bring up Mila because there was a time last week that Sinlaku and Mila were awfully close, separated by just the equator, right? I mean, we had these
they were like
twin storms.
Oops. They were like that. They were basically inside that circle together.
So think about this on the another example of how this could impact an El Nino development. Look at how the rotation and the force that Sinlaku north of the equator is forcing with that rotation. And these are massive engines, right? So it's forcing a lot of that warm water back to the east. Okay. And then you're separated by the equator. The Mila would have been spinning the opposite direction, but almost acting like two fans propelling that water back, that warm water back and to the east.
That's really interesting. It's something that I think I haven't even really thought about, but I guess from a global and just big perspective,
yeah.
I mean, these storms are powerful. They throw the water around.
And they churned for a long time. I mean, this is obviously a very, very slow mover that's continuing to do it. Mila now non-existent because of land interaction, but it was out there for a while. And, with that opposite churn south of the equator, you get both of these massive engines doing that force on sea surface temperatures. That could, theoretically, of course, add to that El Nino condition with warmer pool a little bit closer to Central and South America.
I want to read a couple of the questions
Please.
here.
Yeah, let's get back to the micro here and look at these impacts.
I like the broader picture here.
People are looking at this. People are watching. I know I have a lot of questions who've been looking from these islands. So,
well,
yeah, what are you hearing?
Well, Dale just wrote, my radar shows the eye is passed over as well, moving away from Saipan. So the absolute worst is over. Yes and no. Just mind you, the eye is moving, but we still have the eye wall coming in from the south and on the more vulnerable west side of the storm. So I think right now we are at the worst, but it is going to start to improve very slowly.
It's not going to get any worse, if you want to put it
Yeah.
that way. I think, you're still in some bad, especially that western side of the island, as you mentioned, a little more, not quite, not as many cliffs, not as much elevation.
Yeah. So
and then with that wraparound
surge
moisture,
threat's a little more probable there.
You still have that kind of western surge. Awfully similar to what happened in Jamaica, like Montego Bay, even as Melissa crossed that wind wrapping back around, could certainly bring more. What radar was he using? Is radar back up from Guam?
Yeah, I'm not sure what he's saying. The radar, I learned, check the notifications from Guam. Their radar is down, but not because of the wind, well, sort of. They shut it down. They were like, you know what, we're not going to chance it. They shut it down.
Interesting.
So, and I guess it's because here, if the radar goes down, you have overlap. But there, if their radar goes down, it might be down for months. So they're just like,
we flying apart, and
we have something.
There's other things to track. So if they pull it down, interesting. Okay.
I thought that was interesting too. I saw the notification come out. They just said, "Yep, we have shut it down due to high winds."
I mean, at that point, satellite's doing work.
Yeah,
you can clearly see on the infrared. Have we gotten to where we can get visible again? At what time is it there?
It is
so it's
4:50, almost 5.
Okay.
I'm sorry, quite. I'm a little embarrassed to do this, but
no.
What time is sunrise in Guam? 6:08, so we still got an hour. So we're starting
a
to
little while.
Maybe our commenters would answer it before Google could.
I got it. All right, we have a feeling this is going to be a bad year for the Western Pacific. Same deal, more super typhoons, less names of storms, from what I've seen. Let's see. Somebody said on my radar shows the eye passed. You know what's interesting is my radar, the radar out of the States, actually is working really well with this because it is a WSR-88 and it's out of Guam. I think it's down, like, unless my radar is showing something.
Map says here.
Somebody's watching from Hawaii. Thank you for jumping in on here. Also, we got another person, Amy, watching from Florida. It says, just a weather nerd. Well, you know what? I mean, if you want to track and monitor a severe storm, this is the one for it. Unfortunately, people are really being hit directly hard by it, but I understand tracking along and make sure we're getting this information out there. We actually have somebody from Colorado watching, somebody from Washington, born and raised, still have family there. Got Deborah from Georgia. We know all about storms, yeah. But these ones are a different level, and it's different mentality too from Georgia to Florida. For example, one big thing out here in Tinian and Saipan is you don't get on I-10 and head west.
Yeah.
You got to hunker down and hold on. And right now we are seeing some people near the coast that are losing roofs and some severe flooding and power outages and still ongoing. Lou, what are you looking at?
No, so I have my radar. So I use radar scope, and it gives me the choice. I've got PGUA, that's the Anderson Air Force Base radar, and it's giving you a return. So if you're seeing that and you're seeing the return, but it's only going up to 9:48 Eastern time. So it's giving you data, and it does show at 9:48 kind of those radar returns of the eye wall kind of crossing. So maybe that's what folks would be seeing with their radar.
And I think I'll pull up the radar
last data
right
came
here.
in, but it does still say it's highlighted red saying offline. So 9:48 was the last, and that's the only radar in 1,000 miles that I can.
There you go. That's it right there. So that probably is about the frame you were getting right there, where the eye was.
That's exactly
overhead.
the frame. That's
so
exactly
there it goes off. So that was like the last frame we had right there.
Yeah, 9:48 a.m., 5 hours old.
Yeah.
Next one over is Kadena.
And you can see over Guam. Kadena's in Okinawa. So we're not going to get a radar sight out of there. but that is the next closest available radar, at least on the American network. Yeah, you see right here, this is Guam at the time they shut it down. And yeah, they were getting absolutely raked by one of these rain bands. Probably winds were picking up, and they're like, okay, yeah, we're gonna call it, and that's where they pulled the plug on it. And even at this time, when they were getting kind of a gap in the returns, a little interesting off towards the north, they weren't even seeing directly over Saipan and Tinian at that point. Let's take a look at the winds right now. Actually, this is current. Right, what is it? Saipan. Well, we haven't gotten an update there. It looks like that station is down. Unless you see something different over there, Jackson. I know you've been following the wind reports.
Still 1754 Zulu, which is our last update. So that's about an hour ago. Zulu is Greenwich Mean Time. So that would be about 3 a.m. local time was our last update. And I do have a couple of new, not new advisories, but extensions from the National Weather Service. So they've extended the high surf warning and coastal flood warning for Tinian and Saipan until high surf until 6 p.m. Thursday, and coastal flood until 5 a.m. Thursday. So that's for surf conditions of 20 to 30 feet around Tinian and Saipan, and coastal flood warning remains in effect. And they've also extended the typhoon warning for those two islands until 11:30 a.m.
That's something like the extending the typhoon warnings, which is something you don't really see in the Atlantic. Like, you get a hurricane warning, it's like the storm comes on shore and it goes away. This thing is just, and I think the problem is it's making this right-hand turn after it passes too here, Lou. I'll get your thoughts on this. And I think that's another issue, is that it was going from southeast northwest, but it's turning towards the north. So you're almost getting it. It's not making a U-turn back on it, but it is making like this right-hand turn and just kind of prolonging those winds, I think.
And hurricanes adhere, as we all do on terra firma, to laws of physics. And in order to change direction, you have to have a deceleration. I mean, you got to slow down. So we see that with hurricanes that impact us. You know, if we're watching them along the East Coast, before they start picking up speed again, we note that, you know, with storms that we forecast that are going to make that hard, you know, and we saw it a lot actually this past hurricane season with the recurve, right? And a lot of people get anxious because the thing slows down and it's, oh, when's it going to make the curve? When's it going to do it? And it's going to happen. But the thing has to essentially come to a standstill before it can truly make a really pronounced, defined right turn like we're going to see here. Hence why we're seeing it move at 5 miles an hour. Forecasting ahead, though, even getting into Thursday, still some of those islands dealing with tropical storm force, you know, gusts at least. You know, is we get a little bit further north. Yeah, that's wee hours. But and by this point, Guam, you know, will be in improvements. But we'll still watch for Wednesday, you know, some dangerous, life-threatening conditions, life-threatening seas and surf, surge potential. And then by Thursday, the opportunity for recovery and cleanup. But, you know, as we look at the more extended forecast, you know, what's next for this, it is staying away from Japan, well enough away to where it shouldn't really be an impact, as you can see from the forecast cone there. A lot of times with the turn as well, you see weakening, right? And you do see, because these engines, they are finicky. I mean, they're powerful, but they are very finicky. Any little change can cause replacement cycles, or you know, make the eye maybe a little more oblong as it makes the move and gets caught in steering currents. So I think that's pretty well indicated in the forecast too, going to, you know, 105 miles an hour by Thursday, even weakening more as it finds itself in a jet and cooler water too.
Yeah, that's shear going to start to act on it. And hopefully, by that point, expect the wind field to expand out too. But it's going to be on the North Pacific. And at that point, really the only people who have got to kind of worry about it is the sailors.
Yep.
Also, some big waves. I mean, it's on a plus side, Hawaii over toward, maybe not Hawaii, but definitely Japan and the east coast of the Philippines. Looking at some big old surf coming out of this. I know I got friends out here in the Siargao area in southeast portions of the Philippines, like surfing capital of Southeast Asia, and they're just the long period 10 to 15 foot swells breaking there from this powerful storm system. So kind of as side effects you don't typically think about directly from it, but it's cascading these just massive waves out in every direction.
Have we got any new video yet? Oh, you got a question, Jackson? I know you're about to chime in. What was that?
Oh, no, I was going to say, I'll tell you what, 10 to 15 foot swells is no joke, even on a big ship. You'll feel that, especially if it's sustained.
Jackson, you mind popping up some of the video that we have? Wait, did you see the one of the telephone pole or electric pole on fire?
I haven't.
All right.
No, I haven't seen the freshest video you guys have had since that first stream I was.
Did you see the one with the flooding at the Ironwood Apartments?
No.
Okay.
Is that where the people were trying to leave the first floor?
Yes, but it's a different angle.
Different angle. Okay.
So first off, we had this, and before we show the video, this was a photo that was sent in just before we came back on. This was before the sun set, but this is out of Saipan, and you can kind of see the roof peeled back. And this is part, like, the concrete structures are fine, but those tin roofs. Ugh. You know, another thing is one of those dangerous parts of these storms, coconut trees. If you have any coconut trees out here, those things fall.
The coconuts getting thrown as projectiles?
I have seen so many injuries and deaths from coconuts falling. They are
I've heard of that.
Sketchy.
Now the trees, oh, wow. Okay.
Oh, right there, yeah.
That's biblical.
This is on Rhoda, by the way. So the small island between Guam and Saipan and Tinian. And yeah, looks like a transformer blew, I'm guessing. And this was last night. This is also out of Saipan. Looks like a hotel there. And
no, that's not good.
And this is the second floor, so that's telling me probably that water's squeezing through the windows, or probably a window blew out.
Yeah.
And this is the Ironwood Apartments. So this is on the west coast of Saipan. Now I'm not sure if this is surge flooding or like the rain flooding, but it is only about a block from the coast. This is a different angle at the same location in the video you were talking about,
where people were trying to get from the first floor. Yeah.
So I assume they were not out there in the water on purpose. They were probably on the first floor of the apartments here. And I hope that everybody was able to get out some of these first floor apartments. My
Theories about why those lights are. I wonder. I mean, are people trying to get out?
With the lights on the vehicles?
Yeah, with the tail lights, headlights on. I mean,
I was thinking they were just turned on.
Just on, maybe electrical, some issue. I would certainly hope no one's trying to drive.
I hope not.
Forget the vehicle. And we had that picture at the beginning, which was the cars tossed about, like you were telling me.
Oh.
The little cars. What are we seeing? Okay, that other video.
Oh, this just another look at this one. Because I have a feeling like maybe those lights were on as like it's the security going off on it.
There you go.
I would assume people aren't trying to drive, but I don't know people. Sometimes people might just go for it. One thing I did notice though is those lights are on in the solar. The street lights are on, even though the power's out. We were talking about this earlier, weren't we? The fact that it's a page out of Saipan and Guam's book we should take here in Florida. Solar powered lights, so when the power goes out, we still have lights on outside.
You can see things,
and that's why the power has been out for like 24 hours at these spots, but you can still you still have lights available because they're solar powered. So,
yep, driving rain, sheets of it, and they'll be dealing with that here for the next 12 hours or so. Yeah, massive storm. Would love continue commenting if you're in that area. We appreciate you watching from all the way on the other side of the world. If you're watching locally here, coming up, we'll just kind of give you a run of show. It is we're here at the 3:00 hour now, and we're gonna stay with you for at least the next half hour. Maybe take a little break then, and kind of fill this part of our stream and then get back on certainly by 4:30 when we typically do our local show. We'll mix in a little local weather certainly, but kind of continue it for those of interest who've been watching and kind of eagerly anticipating any sort of update. Right now, realistically, we might be in that period of time where we were mentioning being 4 a.m. 5 a.m. right before sunrise.
It's about 5 a.m.
Not going to be getting a lot of ground updates at this point, comms being down, and so any that you get, by all means, share them with us. I'd love to relay that out there.
And we're still getting a lot of people out here commenting from the islands. It's pretty incredible that so many people are jumping on here from Guam, from Saipan. One person did ask how long has Saipan been without power? So almost 24 hours now. This storm, like once the tropical storm strikes, winds picked up, they almost lost power in some spots almost immediately. Getting a lot of people here, Lou, just saying thank you for covering this. And I'm happy that we were able to inform some people, especially people worried about friends and families overseas. Person out of Anderson here, Island Kid, says still cranking here at Anderson Air Force Base. I mean, I think they're still getting gusts at typhoon or hurricane strength of 74 miles per hour plus at this time. So,
yep. Not quite as life-threatening on Anderson, but nonetheless dangerous and obviously not getting out right now.
Yeah.
Jackson, do you have something? I saw you raise your hand.
Yeah, I do have a little bit of good news. So that extreme wind warning that we were talking about for Saipan and Tinian, that we were saying treat this like a tornado warning.
Yeah.
Looks like NWS Guam allowed that to expire at 5 a.m. So they did not reissue that extreme wind warning. That's now expired.
That's good.
So that means anticipation of sustained at 115 for extended period of time is subsiding. So
that's good.
That's positive.
I mean, because what is it, like 3 hours, 115, or it's up there, and it doesn't mean gusts won't be that high, and we're still at the eye wall, but
that typhoon warning's still in place.
Yeah, which is 74 miles per hour sustained or higher. So it's not up to that crazy level, but still kind of on the high side of things here. And just to answer like some questions here about when this is going to be over, I will reiterate the timing of this. Pulling off towards the north. All our times are in Eastern time. This is First Coast News out of Jacksonville. If you're just found us on YouTube or on social medias, or you're watching us on FCN Plus, maybe you Google Typhoon Sinlaku, and that's the first thing that came up. We are out of Jacksonville, Florida, if you want to follow along with some latest news here locally and globally. We're also going to be here with you covering hurricanes. So if you are out here on the East Coast and you're curious about friends or families, follow along, because during hurricane coverage, we got you. We're going to be here with you.
Yeah, this is how we treat them, and God forbid we have to, but, we're ready to go. We stay on throughout any sort of tropical storm or hurricane threat to the eastern United States, to us here, where we're located in Northeast Florida in Jacksonville, for those not in the area. So, hang with us. We'd certainly appreciate it, as we kind of I'm just scrolling, right now, just scrolling social media, trying to get looks at different. I'm still seeing the same videos kind of populating, so it just tells me not a lot has been able to be shared. Max sustained wind still at 140. See what Dvorak analysis. Not much update as far as videos and things coming out just yet, but would be interesting at sunrise.
They did say in their 1 a.m. advisory for the typhoon that they wouldn't have another one until 9, so that's 4 hours from now.
That's interesting that they're not. But here's the thing with JTWC is that it is a military asset. So even if it's like I've asked JTWC, hey, what about the local impacts? And they say we don't do that. They cover military assets. So that's the official forecast that National Weather Service Guam uses. So they're going to put them out when they put them out and they come out. Like, they're not putting out hourly updates on this, unfortunately. Which would be really nice. That's why the National Weather Service out of Guam is kind of making those intermediate warnings with it. It's just part of finicky of life, I suppose, out here in the Mariana Islands. Part of the United States, but far removed from the resources that you have at the National Hurricane Center and lacking of hurricane hunters. Imagine if we had typhoon hunters in this, what the pressure readings and the wind speed would be. I feel like 24 hours ago, this might have rivaled Melissa. I mean, that's just subjective. I don't have any empirical data to back it up, but it was going here.
So in this part of the world, so kind of talk about the Mariana Islands, Guam, and Guam, what, 150,000 people?
Yeah,
roughly, and then these islands
about another 50,
60,000.
Yeah,
maybe.
So a little over 200,000 in general.
In general, just between the islands and Guam. So you're talking about between 55 and 60,000 people still dealing with life-threatening impacts. And then the greater Guam, while life-threatening, it might be pushing a bit considering those winds. It's still dangerous, and why those bases still locked down, I would imagine, or at least on.
Oh, they're
highest
100%
level
all
alert.
still in Core 1 right now.
Yeah.
Then this after, of course, it passed directly over the island of Tinian and Saipan. And a lot of people are comparing it to previous storms. I would say you have to look back at U2, which was in 2018. That probably is the closest, or Sodalor. But U2, Saipan, it took weeks to recover. And one thing about that storm, it was a long duration event, very much like this one too. A long duration event, and conditions probably not going to improve here until Wednesday afternoon in Guam, but maybe Wednesday night for Saipan, at least till you get to a point where you probably go outside safely. It's going to be a slow moving storm system still off here towards the north and still moving towards the northwest at like 5 miles per hour. Just reading a couple of the comments right here. Let's see. Gulf Coast hurricanes are no joke. Island Kid says, we agree with you. But the Gulf Coast, has different impacts. Like, I think the wind threat here in the Marianas is probably a higher threat than the surge threat. Meanwhile, in the Gulf Coast, surge threat is kind of the main killer with the storm system. So they're the same monster. It's just the local topography and the way the infrastructure is built up is a little bit different. Of course, we have to kind of relay those threats out here.
Yeah, for sure. Surge, Gulf side, you get. So they're talking about a 10 to 15 foot surge.
Yeah.
On this island, you get a 10 to 15 foot surge, say in Tampa, or God forbid Jacksonville. That's.
There's nothing to stop it,
and nothing like we I mean, for point of reference, 10 to 15 feet, we can use one in recent memory of Irma, right, or even Matthew for St. Augustine purposes. If you can recall, I mean, with Irma, for instance, the entirety of downtown Jacksonville looked like you were just looking at, it was all in the river. You look out outside of First Coast News and look out towards the stadium. It just looked like a giant lake, or you're just in the St. Johns River. That was just about 5 foot of surge.
Mm-hmm.
And that's enough. I mean, people's lives were changed. That was a 500-year, 1,000-year flood when we're talking about.
That was a 5 foot surge.
And that was 5, right? So you triple that. And think about what now. Of course, you're dealing with a little higher level terrain, but with us, with that shallow sort of gradual incline and being at sea level, you'd have some just devastating, awful impacts there.
And I think I remember off the Mariana coastline here. It's the deepest place on Earth, so there is a very steep shelf leading up to it. I actually swam in it once. That was part of the Navy.
Would you jump off the ship?
Jumped off the ship over the Mariana Trench. It was a planned thing. I didn't just do it. Imagine. You know what, guys? I think I'm going to just do this today.
Yep. So throw me a life jacket. This is a great example.
Oh, no, and I closed it off accidentally. Let's try that again. But yeah, just kind of on the surge level here. And I mean, we've gotten some, actually, Jackson, do you have some of the videos that we had from earlier in the day of the surge out there in Saipan?
Yes, let me pull that up.
Yeah, like, and because that one I'm seeing at the apartments, I'm not sure if that is surge or water inundation, but we do have one from earlier in the day that is definitely surge. It's right on the coast. Let's see. And while I'm pulling that up here. Okay, so this is from earlier in the day. It's a park right near the coastline. Kind of giving you an idea that even out well ahead of the storm, we are already seeing some of these water level rises on the coast. So a lot of homes are a little higher elevation, but I mean, still coastal areas, even here on Saipan, seeing some of this serious flooding. And this was ahead of it. I don't know what's happened overnight. Like we've been saying, limited information kind of coming out of here outside of what you guys are saying to us. But it's actually, this is a good example of what we were seeing earlier on in the day here.
Yeah, this person's still able to drive around a bit, but We concern ourselves greatly with surge. When we think about our local, East Coast, the United States, when we do run, when we do get those mandatory evacuation orders, we're generally talking about running from the water, hiding from the wind. And with us being at sea level, I mean, there's a lot of the islands and parts of the Pacific that are either volcanic islands, mountains. You got a little bit higher elevation where you can see. We don't have that. And so, yeah, you get a 5-6 foot surge. A lot of that water, if you're in one of the listed flood zones, I mean, it's going to be up into your living room and look at 12. I mean, this isn't even about an estimate, I guess, of what is happening now. But, 12 feet, that's probably, your second story.
I'm just reading from one of there's an NBC affiliate that we have out there in Guam. And just reading that they said Core 1, it was in place at 4 p.m. on Monday. And there's no time specific that will end. It's just until the winds start to back off a little bit. Mm-hmm. Not a little bit, a lot of it, to the point where it's safe to go outside. But yeah, also they report in here that we were talking earlier about where people shelter. So there are high schools that do open up, hospitals that open up and for people to go and shelter as well, because there is no evacuating. So just sharing that little bit of information. I want to check and see kind of if there was some new information from some of these news outlets. Thing is, like the major news outlets on the islands, they have almost the same information we have. It feels like it's the middle.
It's isolated.
It's isolated. It's 5 a.m. The power's out. What are you gonna do?
It's a creature of the abyss right now. It's out, other than these islands and some of the deepest water, if not the deepest.
It is the deepest off the coast of Guam there.
When you're talking about, the Mariana Islands, I was trench. You've got deep water, but deep warm water too with that energy. So here you go. What an impressive look too. That 3D kind of satellite look. Really, really interesting. Still, latest reports, 145 mile an hour winds. So that hasn't come down really since we've been talking with northwest.
I want to try something.
Forward momentum at 5.
This works. I was trying to do a 3D slice on this.
Oh,
like let me try. So it works with radar.
It would work with radar. I don't know if we can do it with satellite. That's a good question.
Maybe if I zoomed in, maybe I'm trying it. Maybe I'm trying too much here.
See what happens. It might give you a 3D scan of the latest radar.
I wonder if the radar might work, because it's not a sweeping radar. It's the volume. It's the NORAD. But
usually you have to use the sweeping. But let's see. I'd be interested.
Okay, nothing there. We don't really cover storms out here in the Western Pacific too much with some of these tools, so I'm like playing with them, like, oh,
maybe
okay,
we can try this, but a good look there at texture.
Let's see if
so
I'm gonna try it here and see if this was before the radar went down. Nah, it ain't gonna work. I'm not getting anything. Sometimes we can get a good side view of it, and it looks really cool, but I mean, this image enough is it gives you a good texture of what we got going on out here.
But that image is still from early this morning, 9:48 a.m. Eastern.
Yeah,
is 6 hours ago is the last radar scan we've had come in since they pulled the plug. Keep that thing operating.
Just reading some of the stuff here.
Yeah, I'm still kind of watching, see if any newer videos.
I'm going to tell you, I'm not trying to self-aggrandize. I'm just saying I'm happy that so many of you are watching the stream, because I am seeing a lot of people comment like, there is no other information out here about this storm system. So shout out to First Coast News for when I came in this morning, I said, hey, let's do this. And there was no pushback like, hey, we're going to talk about a typhoon out here in the Mariana Islands. And it seems like the viewers are really appreciative of this here. How much longer do we start seeing the winds slow down? So if you're in 670 MS Vlog on YouTube here, if you are in Guam, probably another 6-7 hours. If you are in Saipan, you're probably gonna not until tonight. So maybe 12 to 15 hours until you start to see some decent improvements. Unfortunately, it's moving slow. It is moving so just insanely slow right now. Where do you predict it will go next? Will it cause waves? Yeah, big old waves for Japan and the Philippines, but no direct impacts on any of the land areas after it kind of pulls off here towards the north. And also somebody on here says, I'm on Tinian. The wind is very strong right now. Have no vision outside, but I hear debris flying around and hitting the walls of my house outside.
Amazing they can still chat with us. That's
right?
awesome.
Isn't that like a testament to like infrastructure, I guess? Like the fact that you are on a remote island and you can still talk to us.
That's great. Keep us posted. As best you can, and as safely as you can. Keep us posted. Let us know what's happening, and we'll pass it on. But yeah, appreciate you streaming with us. That's very, very good stuff.
Lou, I don't know about you, but do you want to take like a little break here?
Let's take a break. Yep, we'll leave the let's leave this image up for folks, and then just know we'll come back and we'll check in as we get more information. I know the sun's going to start coming up there in the next couple of hours. We'll start to see more visible imagery over the next several hours with your current conditions right now. But this is out of Anderson, so this would be a little bit further west towards Guam. Still strong winds there, and out of Saipan, nothing.
It's down completely.
And so any measuring sites there, we're just kind of at the mercy of our infrared satellite. So we'll leave this loop up for you. And Robert, you've been doing a fantastic job. So thanks for keeping us informed on this. And don't go anywhere, and keep firing away those questions, because when we come back, we'll see what we've got going on and give you some updates. Welcome in, everybody, to Weather Impact Live. We do it every day at 4:30, but a little different. Today, I'm Chief Meteorologist Louis Turner here at First Coast News, joined by Meteorologist Robert Speta, who has been streaming all day long, watching the Super Typhoon on the Pacific side of things. So we do it a little different today. Ross, we got giving him a little bit of a break because usually it would be Ross and I in here, but Mr. Speta is our Pacific side, Philippine seaside expert, and has been watching this typhoon all day. So I know we've had folks joining us from the other side of the world watching this coverage here with our streams and on Facebook, on YouTube, and on First Coast News Plus. So for those who are still joining there, we're definitely going to get back into typhoon coverage and talk about those conditions. And then, of course, we will get, for those local here in Jacksonville that used to get in their local forecast, we'll of course, jump into that as well, maybe after the first commercial break. But I think we spend the first 10 minutes or so jumping right back into typhoon coverage.
Yeah.
Robert, if you're okay with that. So kind of take us away, introduce, what we're looking at for those who are just joining us, new to this stream and this coverage. What have you been talking about all day long?
Yeah, so let's talk about, this is a violent typhoon now. It was a super typhoon, Cat 5 equivalent. Made landfall here about 5 hours ago over Tinian. That's in the northern Mariana Islands, just right near Saipan. The first landfalling tropical system in the United States here in 2026. You might be thinking the United States. If you're not familiar with geography of the country you live in, out here, the Mariana Islands, Guam is part of the United States. It's U.S. territory. Think of Puerto Rico, very similar to that. About 200,000 people live on these islands. They have a National Weather Service out here that has been following along with them as well. And yeah, you can see the inner core of this has already passed over Saipan and Tinian, and now we have the backside of the eye wall impacting there, as well as places like Rota still being impacted, and even over towards Guam, the backside of this still influencing the weather across those areas. Taking a look at the forecast track, it is going to lift towards the north. We're already seeing weakening. This was last time we checked in 135 mile per hour winds, now down to 130. Borderline Cat 3 to Cat 4. It's still technically a Cat 4, but it is starting to weaken. We're starting to see some of that dry air kind of eat away at it here. Big question, it really is, when's the wind's going to get better? A lot of these places like Guam, the power has been out for 24 hours. Saipan, it's just serious, like scary reports coming out of there about some of the damage we're seeing, and it looks like you still got some time. Local time there, probably not going to be until Wednesday evening that they start to see conditions improve to the point where you could venture outside, but more so probably Thursday morning in some of these locations. Chris, behind our scenes here, our director, if you don't mind popping up some of the video that we have, that we threw in there, just to show you some of the serious and ongoing situations out here with this storm system. Because, we were talking about what the flooding out here, Lou, that was taking place on the West Coast.
Surge and rain, in addition, with how heavy the rain's been falling. And certainly with surge, some 10, 15 feet of water above normal, dry land. And there's some of that video. A lot of this happening too, unfortunately, never a fortunate time for this, but it's even worse when it's at night, while a lot of people are sleeping. This is, while it's still light out, this is before really you had the big landfall. So,
and this is not on Saipan too.
Okay.
I think I was mistaken earlier. This is Guam.
Okay, so we're on Guam here. Wow.
Yeah, then this was that surge way out ahead of it.
Yeah.
That was pushing on shore.
Yeah, so this is all ahead. Still daylight hours even before this storm had moved a little north and east. Hotel here, Robert, with some play, and this is not ground level.
No, this second floor. See the door cracked open there, which is telling me this probably that the windows probably got blown out on the second floor. And I already been seeing reports of windows blown out, things like that. And if that happens, the water just has free reign to come in with the rainfall. And the wind blowing at easily over 100 miles per hour in a lot of these spots, causing some flooding even on the second floor of some of these buildings here. So you have those impacts as well. So it is a range of impacts from, of course, the surge, so seeing the coastal flooding there. We also had some serious flooding in a few spots. Ironwood Apartments there in the west coast of Saipan, just completely submerged a lot of the vehicles out there. And on top of that, just of course the damaging winds continuing to take place as this slowly creeps off towards the north. This is one of the images from the eye wall of this, and you can even see some flashes there, Lou. Right, transformers going off out there.
Yeah, and so power has been out for probably 24 hours, if not more.
Yeah.
And you're wondering, okay, so you had a great point. Why are we, if power's been out for so long, why are we seeing lights in these parking lots?
Right.
And you had explained a lot of these folks in communities are using solar power that will trigger lights when power outages occur. So that's why I guess we'd be seeing even in where this person's shooting video from looks like from a bedroom window out, and where they've got no power. So a little bit of light kind of illuminating the issues there. So yeah, and this is, I believe this is from that apartment complex you were talking about, and folks were actually trying to run from the first floor of their apartments out to try to get to a little bit of higher ground, because something else we talk about with this, and if you've missed earlier streams, there's no evacuation really. You don't pick up and leave. You're not like here in Florida, you get on one of our interstates and leave, but that's not the case. Here, you just got to find high ground and count on some pretty strict, and at least more strict building codes that are going to keep you safe.
And it goes back to, even the 60s and 70s, there was a couple typhoons that hit the area. Thousands of people were killed. And ever since then, they've said, okay, we're going to make these building codes so super strict. Unlike here in Florida, where we have building codes, but it's not like reinforced concrete. A lot of these homes out here in Guam and Saipan, and especially if you have military friends out there, the base is 100%. It's reinforced rebar concrete. These things are built like not literally a bomb, but that's what they're built for. They're like the taking the full brunt of a super typhoon. And it's not just a building code. Like in 2015, we had 2 typhoons that hit this area. 2018, we had U2. 2023, we had Mawar. This area is known for getting powerful storm systems. If you built a wooden home, it's not going to be there in a couple of years. So as long as everybody's stayed inside and hunkered down throughout this, they should be fine outside of some of those low-lying flooded areas like we just seen in the video there, which does cause me some worry in some of those spots.
And we hope to, get positive information, but it's really going to take today what would be, they're just out of sunrise.
Yes.
So sun's just coming up and we're getting some daylight. So a little more assessment, a little more video that we'll start to process and really probably have for you as we go through the later evening news shows, but also tomorrow as you stream along with us as well. The kind of the textured infrared satellite imagery is always a handy tool when we're talking hurricanes. We'll use this storms the Atlantic side as well, but just showing the various heights that we have with the cloud tops. They're obviously the tallest right there, kind of.
And that's the part that's kind of going over Tinian and Saipan right now too, is those higher cloud tops in the bottom right.
A little bit of electricity with this too. We've seen lightning pops within that eye wall as well.
Yesterday, I tell you, Lou, yesterday when we were up at this 175 knots, I think it was 175 to 180 miles per hour, 175. Like this thing was firing a whole lot of electric storm in the eye wall. And as we know, like if you see that is indicating that rapid explosive intensification, the higher edges of storm systems. Usually tropical systems don't have that amount of lightning coming out of them. And this one definitely has had that here. It's rough stuff. Take a look. Actually, this is just put it in perspective. Look at the wind reports. Now, Saipan's station has been down. It looks like it's still down.
Which you can understand.
But Anderson still reporting 71 mile per hour gust. And the storm is a good solid 100 miles away. The center is. But they still are looking at gusts nearly at hurricane
and Anderson,
strength.
For clarity, Anderson, the Air Force base, just kind of on that, what would be north, kind of eastern tip of Guam, right? So yeah, that the island there, just kind of at the bottom, middle of your screen. there is kind of what we're talking about. And you see how far away that eye wall is. And now, yeah, those winds would be kind of shifting more out of northwest, but still gusty. And it's going to be like that considering the northwest movement at 6. Just such a slow mover.
So slow. I wonder if I can look, because this is looping back 6 hours. Let's see how far. Can I go back 24 hours on this loop? I wonder, like, or maybe not even that far, 12 hours, because it gives us a good idea. Oh, here we go.
Well, while Robert gets our loop settled, we're going to take a quick time out, pay some bills. We are going to get to some local weather as well. Oh, there you go. There's kind of that long, I mean, just how clear that eye wall. And you can see how a little bit of replacement.
EWRC right there, yeah.
Right there. And a little less symmetrical now that it's reemerging, but nonetheless extraordinarily powerful. Let's take that time out. We'll take a break and be right back on the other side. Stay there. All right, so welcome back to it. And I know, Robert, you were over there. Any comments? I know we've been getting a lot of questions from, a big reason we've been talking about typhoon coverage. We've had a lot of people from all over the globe kind of streaming along, people kind of in the dark about this because not a lot of coverage, not a lot of communications coming out. So we've been dependent on Robert, but what have you been hearing?
Well, a lot of people are still commenting here. A lot of people from Guam and Saipan and some of our social medias just following along. Saipan, I haven't heard from anybody in a minute. They've just been talking about how seeing some pretty decent damage there. The roofs being ripped off, down trees, down power lines. Their communications might have been knocked out. Their local cell service, Docomo, has been doing an amazing job kind of keeping things up. I'm telling you. But as people don't have Starlink, I think they're getting to the point where they're kind of Rhoda's been that way in the south, in the middle island there. They've been just completely out of communication for a moment as well. So I am still seeing some people out of Guam, and they're saying the winds are still obviously picking up across that area too. So it's been like they're overnight when this storm was hitting. We got some just absolutely wild reports out of there. But right now, I think a lot of people are just talking about how power's out and communications are down in a lot of these spots.
And probably completely exhausted too, because it was a sleepless night. I mean, maybe not necessarily anxiety driven. I'm sure that was part of it, but also just the noise that's associated with a storm like this, just constant, persistent, deafening wind all night long is going to keep it up. So, maybe as things slowly begin to subside, you get some rest if they're able. And as communications come back, we'll get some images.
I mean,
there.
I think it's going to be a while though. Just pointing this out. Look at the dry air filtering out on the west side of it, and you can really see that taking place. But look at the bottom. Mm-hmm. This is still wrapping in.
Really powerful.
Oof. And just one more look at the cone before we go over to the local forecast. We'll wrap it up here with a nice bow. Taking a look at yeah, this is moving off towards the north, slowly, still at 6 miles per hour. It's not moving fast, and slowly will edge off towards the north. Could eventually impact some of the northern Mariana Islands here, like well further towards the north, south of the Ogasawara Islands, south of Japan. Maybe eventually playing some games with the jet stream and influencing the weather in the United States, at least the continental United States, and the extended forecast. But for now, it is going to be a fish storm after it moves away from the Mariana Islands and kind of back out to sea here.
There you go. Well, Robert, we appreciate it. Let's come back home.
Yeah.
For those just kind of with us for that local forecast, where a lot more tame.
Very.
It's just incredible how the next 7 to 10 days. Now we do get a change deep in the 7-day forecast. We'll talk about that a little bit later. But right now, we are clear on satellite. We've had a full, sunny, beautiful day. Hard pressed to see any rain anywhere, kind of on our region, and that's why Robert's kind of drawn on our big stacked high pressure dome, the heat dome, the dry air dome that's over us. And, you see off to the west just a little bit of rain activity with a front that's back towards, the Mississippi River Valley. But what that, and back, that you can see just west of Dallas, what that high is going to do, if you think about, the hub of a wheel, is it's just kind of steering and driving things, blocking, and just going to drive a lot of that rain back to our north and stay to our west. Now, that front does eventually cross northeast Florida, but the rain chances with it look really, really small.
Yeah, and my goodness, a lot of severe weather off towards the north.
Yeah, a lot of alerts popping right now.
But at least, here it's dry. But we have our own problems to deal with.
Sure.
Fire weather being a big issue out here.
Yeah.
And it's heating back up. I tell you, a week ago, we were in the 50s, 60s.
Yeah, I mean, we had that powerful nor'easter, and it certainly gave us some rain, but just not enough to get us in a true surplus for the month of April. And we're really, guys, looking like, we're getting till the very end of April, maybe 25th, 26th, if we're looking at long range forecasting, before we see our next significant rainfall chance. And with modeling, you get that far out, you don't have a lot of confidence. You just pick up patterns, and that pattern would suggest, but even then, not getting hopes up too much. With current temperatures, though, here for Tuesday afternoon, we are in those mid and upper 80s. Waycross seeing that 87 right now, a little more mild at the beaches. Thing is, you couple what we're getting right now with what we had in the winter. We had a series of frosts and freezes that dries out all those fuels out there, and now we're just baking. So lower relative humidities each afternoon, and with some sea breeze activity kind of kicking up each afternoon as well in that east wind 10-15 mile an hour range, it could trigger enough to get a wildfire going. And that's kind of the theme of our week is making sure we're using extra caution, because each day through the next 7 days, each part of our forecast, at least to Sunday, we're ticking it up a degree or two temperature wise. So yeah.
We're talking about the wildfires. What the Sargent fire, which is on Baker County over towards Ware and Charlton, that's still going, right? I think last time I checked, it was about 85% contained.
Yeah. And there's an even bigger one. I don't know if you're able to pull up. I had a camera pulled up out of it might be in the right now look, but it's out of Collier County. So this is actually down towards Naples, but it's a fire that's now grown to 1,500 acres. And Florida Forestry Service, it's not working on this one, is it? I think I pulled it up on 2, but it doesn't matter. It's only about 40% contained.
I can do it.
And we've got some evacuation orders in place. Now, this again for Naples, but what that shows us is a statewide issue, right? So this extreme to exceptional drought impacting, I think something like 80-90% of the entire state of Florida. So what's happening in Collier counties and near Lee County down towards Naples is kind of more the rule than the exception, and certainly would be possible here in Northeast Florida as well. But they're along that I-75 corridor towards Alligator Alley. They've had some really bad visibility and a lot of bad smoke. So we are considering that, thinking about that with these drought conditions. Again, a majority of the state in at least severe, if not exceptional. We got a couple areas down that I-4 that's doing a little bit better than others because they've had some rain with fronts that kind of seem to keep their juice together towards the theme parks for some reason. I guess anybody tries to go on vacation, if it's going to rain anywhere, it's going to rain on Disney World.
At least you avoid the crowds, I guess.
I guess.
I'm telling positive.
You. But now, so we are going to take one more commercial break before we wrap things up. We'll put a bow on it with the 7-day forecast, tell you what we mean by the front that could change things up as we leave you kind of with your fire danger really cooking over the weekend. So stay right there. We'll be right back. We are back. I want to commend Robert. Man, you've been streaming all day. We're going to put a kind of bow on your broadcast day. You need to go home and get some rest so you can get back tomorrow and do it all over again.
Okay.
Need to see all that's come out of, the Mariana Islands from this typhoon. I know there's more to talk about even tomorrow, and that's usually the bigger part of the story is what happened and when we actually get some eyeballs on it. But kind of wrapping up our local forecast here in these final few minutes before we get started at on-air side of things at 5 o'clock. That fire danger, why is it so high for Friday, Saturday, Sunday? Well, you can see those temperatures tell a big story. As we get into the low 90s into Friday, Saturday, Sunday, and our weekend, really baking things out. Very, very minimal rain chances. We get that west-southwest wind shift by Sunday, going to help warm us up. And we put that 20% chance of showers in there. I think it's just a little bit of courtesy. Just a tip of the cap to the front. That's
maybe
coming.
Some clouds and like a little.
Yeah.
Little spit.
Yeah, we're thinking in that 20% is most likely going to be kind of Waycross, Black Shear, Southeast Georgia before the front makes its way in and it kind of fizzles out here. So I haven't seen a lot of rainfall. I don't know what you've seen, but
not really. I think the big thing probably everybody's looking forward to is at least it cools off, and it's almost not quite a nor'easter, but almost because northeast winds are going to set up behind it.
Yeah, for a day at least. But then it looks like high pressure kind of comes right back in with it. And it's the same old song and dance again for another week. And it very likely we get those 850 heights kind of return. And we get to Wednesday, Thursday where we're back in the 80s if we're looking at the extended. But yeah, a couple days reprieve, and it's extremely noticeable, when you're going from 93 Sunday to 74 Monday, that a front is going to cross. But fronts come in a lot of different forms. Sometimes it's a big rain event. Sometimes it's merely a wind shift. So many times it comes with a temperature profile change, sometimes all three. But that spoken wheel kind of format with the high pressure just kind of acting the hub, pushing everything up into the north. That front tries to cross. Watch what happens. Yeah, so Waycross, Black Shear, there's your 20%.
That's about it.
Bring me some rain to St. Johns County.
We need it.
Doesn't seem like it's very likely. And even if it did, it would be very short-lived and not enough to fill up my cat food.
My
tin.
yard is crunchy.
Crunchy? Which means it could catch fire, which means don't park cars on grass, which means don't let me moth flicker Virginia Slim outside the window of the Cadillac. Don't let her do it, because that would be one of those man-made causes of getting fire going. We joke, but I'm serious. Don't put your cigarette butts out. Don't smoke. Hey, quit. I've been telling you since the 90s. But if you do, put that thing out in the ashtray, because it is kindling box out there at least through the next week until we look really extended for our next best chance of rain. So enjoy. I get, make the most of it. There can't be downers about this. It is beautiful weather. We got jumbo shrimp playing every night through the week, 7:05. Beautiful weather for some baseball as well, and a great looking weekend for any beach trips or hanging out by the pool or yard work, whatever you got to do. For Robert Speta, who's been streaming, literally all day long. Appreciate that, sir, and track and get some rest. I'm a meteorologist, Lewis Turner. We'll be back here tomorrow at 4:30, same time. Probably a couple extra streams for typhoon coverage as well. So check out First Coast News Plus, Facebook, YouTube, wherever you catch us. And otherwise, I'll see you on TV at 5. Y'all have a great one.